So what we'll do is we'll come over here and we'll go to the About Us page. And we'll come up here and click Enable Visual Builder. And this time we're going to choose a pre-made layout. So come down here and click Browse Layouts. And as you can see, Divi gives you tons of beautiful, professional looking pre-made layouts. It's a huge list. If I scroll up here, you can type in keywords in the search box here and it'll filter out the layouts. Or you can come to categories, and if I click these boxes here, you can see it filters out for each category. And I'm going to unclick these. And I'm just going to scroll down until I find one, see one that I like. Let me see here. I think I'll use this one here. If I hover over it, you can see it automatically scrolls down the page, give you an idea of what it will look like. Once you find one you like, go ahead and click it. And if I come over here, I can scroll down, see the entire page. And if I come over here to these thumbnails, I can click one, and again, I can scroll down. Even better, if I come down here, click View Live Demo, it'll actually load the demo page. And this way I can scroll down and see what it looks like full screen. Really cool feature. See, we have an awesome team here, our values, what we do best, really nice color scheme. So I'm going to go ahead and use this one. So I'll close the demo. And when you're ready, you come down here and click Use this layout. And it's going to import the layout right now. It'll probably take less than 1 minute. There we go. There it is. All right. It's that simple. It's that easy to import a pre-made layout. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to get rid of this header image. This purple doesn't really match our color scheme for our website. So I'm going to come up here, click the gear icon, click background, and I'm going to trash this image by clicking the garbage can. And I'm also going to come over here and I'm going to get rid of the color overlay as well. And I'm going to save the changes. And what I want to do is I want to put in a video header this time. So let me show you two websites where you can get some free high quality video stock footage. Come up here. First one is videezy.com. And the second one is, of course, Pixabay. Now on Pixabay, just make sure you click videos up here at the top. And I'm going to go back to Videezy. And you can see most of these videos are free. The only ones you have to pay for are the ones that are marked Pro. Those you do have to pay. But the rest are free. And they're high quality. They're copyright free, so you don't have to worry about infringing on anybody's copyright. You can use any of these videos for personal or commercial projects. And I'm going to go up here and I'm going to type in bokeh background. And I'll click the magnifying glass. And I want to find one that's blue to match our website's color scheme. And something that's slow and relaxing. I'm going to click next page here. And I'll just get rid of this. I like this one right here. So once you find one you like, go ahead and click on it. And if you click the play button here, it'll play through the entire video. That looks nice. I like these lines here. Yeah, it looks good. You can see this video is 10 seconds long. So once you're ready to download, you come over here, click free download. And you see it says your download will begin automatically and it counts down. And there we go, it's down here downloading. So I'll click this off and I'll go over to Pixabay, and this time I'm going to type in abstract background. And I'll hit enter. And I'm just going to scroll. You see these are really beautiful high quality videos. A lot of these are 4K and some are 1080p HD. And if you hover over one, you can see what it looks like. It'll play through the video. Really cool. And I want to find one that's blue. I like this one here. Yeah, it's slow, it's relaxing. It looks like water shimmering, actually. So once you find one you like, go ahead and click on it. And if I come over here and click free download, I can choose the size I want. I'm going to choose 1920 by 1080 because I want it to be full screen. And when you're ready, you just click download. And you can see it's downloading here. So I'm going to close these pages. And I'm going to come up here and click the gear icon. I'm going to click background. And this time I'm going to click the video icon. And I'll click add background video. I'm going to come up here and click upload files. Select files. And this time I'm going to have to navigate to my downloads folder because I just downloaded the videos right now. So go to my C drive, downloads folder, and here they are. I'm going to select both of them and I'll upload them both at the same time. And for the header video, I'm going to choose this one. And I'll click upload a video. And there it is. I'll save the changes. That looks nice. I like that. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the wording here. So I'll click the gear icon. And I'll scroll down here. And I'm going to change this to Bright Brain Creative. And I'm going to go to the design tab. If I actually, you can see this is heading 1. So I'll go to the design tab, heading text, heading 1. And I'm going to change this to Montserrat to keep our font consistent. So I'll come up here, type in Montserrat. There it is. I'll choose Montserrat. And you can see it changed to Montserrat. That looks good. It's bold. I like that. It's white. Looks good. Save the changes. I'm going to go ahead and close this down here. Okay. Now if you want to make edit the text, it's real easy to do. You can just highlight it and this little menu will pop up. I can make the text bold, italicize it, I can underline it. I can even create a link. So I'll come over here and I'm going to highlight this text. And I'll click this link icon and I'll just give it a hashtag link. There we go. I'll click enter. And now you can see that text is a link. So I'm going to keep going down here. I like this laptop. It's really cool. Next what I want to do is I want to change all the heading 2 titles to the same font and the same font color. But I don't want to go to every one of these and have to change each and every one by one. So let me show you an easy way to do this. I'm going to come in here, click the gear icon. And if I scroll down here and highlight this title, you can see it's a heading 2. So I'll come over here to the design tab. I'll click heading text. I'll click H2. And you see it's already set to Roboto font. So I want to change that to Montserrat. I'll keep it as bold. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to change the heading 2 text color. And what I want to do is to keep it consistent with the other heading text colors on our website. I'm going to go back to the home page here. So I'll open this in a new tab. Slide this over to the left. And I'm going to scroll down here want to do is, oops, I want to make it the same color as these here. So I'll click my ColorZilla color picker, come down here, and I'll click, and you can see it copied the color to the clipboard. I'll close this, come over here, right click and paste. And you can see it changes to that blue color. I'll click the green check mark. And now we're going to extend the heading styles to the rest of the page. So I'll come up here and next to heading text, you see these three dots, click that, and I'll choose extend heading text styles. And you can see it's already set to all text and it's already set to this page, which is what we want. It's going to extend it to the entire page. So when you're ready, click extend, and I'll save the changes. And now if I scroll down, you can see all our heading 2 titles that were black and Roboto are now the same blue color and they're Montserrat. I mean, Divi just makes it so easy, so quick and easy to make changes. I love Divi, it's awesome. See, all these are the same font and color. Now down here, what I want to do is, I want to change this back to white so it's easier to see. So I'll come in here and go to Design, Heading Text, H2. You see it's already Montserrat. And this one I'm going to change to white. There we go. And I'll save the changes. Now what I want to do is I want to get rid of this purple background and I want to put in our other video. So we'll come up here, click the gear icon for this section, click background, and I'll get rid of this color overlay first. And I'll get rid of the image. And I'm going to click the video icon, click add background video, click bokeh background, click upload a video. There we go. That looks nice. Now I'll save the changes. That looks good. Come back up here. Yeah, everything looks good. I like how that looks. Okay. Now the last thing we need to do is we need to add our footer. We have to have a footer on this page. So luckily, since we created the footer and saved it as a global module on the home page, now all we have to do is come down here, click this blue circle, add a new section. And this time we're going to click Add from Library. And if you come to the search box, I'll start typing footer. You can see it narrows down the category to the category we created when we saved the footer as footer. And here's our footer. And you can see it's light green because we saved it as a global module. So I'm going to go ahead and click that. And that's how easy it is to add a footer to your page. I mean, Divi they make it so easy. Because we saved it as a global module, any changes we make here will show up on the footer on the home page. So let me show you an example here. I'm going to change this to, first what I'll do is I'll go in here and I'm going to save this to clipboard. I'll delete it and I'll just type in this section is about us, and I'll save the changes and I'll save the page. And now if I go to the home page, go down here, it should have, yep. See, because we saved it as a global module, any changes I make on the footer on another page will show up on whatever page the footer is on. So you can see it changes the section is about us. I mean, that's awesome. So now I'll enable the Visual Builder. I'll come back down and I'll come in here and I'll paste that lorem ipsum back. There we go. Save the changes. Here, save the page. And if I go up here, I'll close this and I'll exit the Visual Builder. And now if I come back down here, you can see it saved the changes to this footer. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, Divi makes it so quick and easy to make changes. It's great. Okay, so let's come up here. We have our video background here. We have our H2 titles. They all look consistent. Same font color, same font. Everything looks nice. I like that. And here's our beautiful header video. Now you can see here, because we extended the heading text styles to each heading text, it extended to this one as well, and it changed it, which we don't want. So what we're going to do is we're going to enable the Visual Builder. And we'll come back in here. And I'll come down here. And this is a heading 1, as you can see right here. So we'll go to Design, Heading Text, H1. And we're going to change this to Montserrat again. And change it to bold. And we'll come down here. And we'll make the text size large again. Nice and big. That looks good. I think that's where it was. And come down here and we'll add a heading line height as well. That looks good. Now we'll go back. Content, text. And if I highlight this, you can see that it is a heading 3. So we'll go back to Design, Heading Text, H3. And this was Roboto, so we'll just put it back to Roboto, that's fine. And it was bold as well. And I remember it was all capitals. Let's see. Heading text size, it was a little larger than that. That looks good. And there was some spacing as well. So add some spacing. That looks about right. And let me see. We'll add heading line height as well. Yeah, there's more space between this heading and this one. So let's see, I'd say it wasn't quite that much. That looks good. So I'll save the changes. Yeah, that looks like it was before. And save the page. And there you go, guys. Congratulations. You just created a professional looking About Us page using a Divi pre-made layout. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create our services page. So we'll come up here to our primary menu bar and we'll click Services. And on the Services page, we'll click Enable Visual Builder. And we're going to choose a pre-made layout again. So we'll come over here, click Browse Layouts. And this time I'm going to come over to the left and under Categories, I'm going to check the box next to Business. And this will only show the layout packs that have to do with business. And I'm going to scroll down here till I see one that I like. Kind of like the software marketing layout pack. So I'm going to click it. And I'm just going to go through these pages real quick till I find one that I think would work well for a services page. I like this landing page. I think this one would work well. I want to view the live demo so I can see it full screen. Yeah, I think this will work well as a services page. So I'm going to click this off. And I'm going to click Use this layout. And it should take less than 1 minute to import the layout. It's pretty fast. Here we go. Okay, the first thing I want to do is I want to get rid of this purple background. It doesn't really match our website color scheme. So we'll come up here to the section settings, click the gear icon, click background, and I'm going to choose my first color gradient. So I'll navigate to my website folder. And here's my first color. Copy, close this. Paste. And my second color. That looks good. I'm going to keep the gradient direction at 60 degrees. If I wanted to, I could change the gradient direction, and as I slide this, you can see it changes. But I want to keep it at 60, so I'll bring it back. I like how that looks. Just wanted to show you that option. Save the changes. And I'll come down here, and I want to add the same background color to this section. So I'll choose the color gradient icon, add background gradient, and I'll choose my first color. Second color. And you can see the gradient direction is a little bit different because it defaults at 180. So I need to slide this back till we get to 60. There we go. Save the changes. And now this section here. Copy. Right click, paste. Next color. Click this off. And it's set to 60 as well. Save the changes. That looks nice. Okay, next I want to change this to say services. And I also want all the titles to be the same font, which will be Montserrat, so we can keep our font consistent throughout the website. So I'll click the gear icon here, and I'll highlight this, and you can see it's a heading 1. Go to design, heading text. We see that heading 1 is Poppins. And let me see, I believe the other headings are also Poppins. Let's check. This is a heading 2, design, heading text, H2. Yep, it's Poppins as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in this text module, and I'll change this to services. And we'll go to design tab, heading text, and we'll change this to Montserrat. There we go. And since I want to change all the headings to be the same font, I'm going to use the extend styles again. So in order to make this easy, I'm going to click H2, and I'm going to change this to Montserrat. And that way, all the H2 titles, like the one we just saw, will also change to Montserrat. So we'll come up here to these 3 dots. We'll click these 3 dots here. We'll click Extend Heading Styles. And we want to extend this heading text styles to all text throughout this page. We'll click Extend. Save the changes. And now if I come down here and go into this text module, design, heading text, H2, you can see it's Montserrat. And this should be the same. Design, heading text, H2, yep. These are all Montserrat now. Perfect. Okay, next what I want to do is I want to make all these images, I want to give them a blue color scheme to match our website color scheme. You can see her laptop is pink. And if I come down here, another pink laptop. And this phone also has a pink and purple background. So we want to give that a blue color scheme. So we'll go into this image module. And this time we're going to go to design. Click filters. And we're going to change the filters. Filters allow us to change the image. We can change the hue, saturation, brightness, contrast, invert. We can add a sepia tone if we want, opacity. We can add a blur, and we can change the blend mode. All these different options here. But I'm just going to change the first 4 filters. So if I move this over, I'm going to change the hue here. I'll click and then I'll just drag to the right. And you can see as I drag, it changes colors. Pretty neat. So I'm going to change this to a blue color. That's a little too much. That looks good. And I'm going to change the saturation as well. I'm going to give a little bit more saturation. A little less. That looks good. I'm going to decrease the brightness. That looks good. And the contrast, I'm going to increase a little bit. There, that looks nice. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to extend these filter styles to all the images on this page. So we'll come up here to these three dots. We'll click Extend Filter Styles. And I want to extend this filter styles to all images throughout this page. So I'll click Extend. And now, if I click the Save Changes, it should make all the images blue like this one. And we'll see, we'll come down here. Yep, this laptop is blue now. And so is this phone background. That's how easy it is with Divi. It's awesome. I mean, look how fast that was. Just a couple clicks and all the images have a blue color scheme. All right, now I want to change all the buttons so that they're green and they all look the same so we can keep everything consistent. If I come over here to the home page, I want them to look the same as this green button here. All right, so I'll click off the home page and I'll go into this button module and we'll go to Design. And again, we're going to change the filters. Come over here. And if I click and drag the hue, see it changes color. So I'll make it green. It's a little too much. Dial it back a bit. That looks nice. Saturation, I'm also going to bring that up. I think I'll take it to the max, which is 200%. I want to decrease the brightness because that's a little too light green. I want to make it a little bit darker. That looks good. And I want to increase the contrast because it's kind of hard to see the white text here. So we'll drag this to the right. And as I do, you can see the text gets a little whiter. So we change the contrast. That looks good. I like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to click these three dots, extend filter styles to all buttons throughout this page. Click Extend, save the changes. Now, if I come down here and show you these other buttons, you'll see that they don't all look the same, even though I extended the filter styles. Okay? So what we have to do is we have to come back up here. And in the main menu here, these three dots, we'll click here. And we're going to click Copy Module Styles. Okay? Then we'll come down here to the next button. And right here we'll click these three dots. And we'll click Paste Module Styles. And now you can see the button looks exactly the same except the text is different. But now we have to align it again because it went over to the left. So we'll come back in here to the gear icon. Go to Design. Click Alignment. And let me move this over so you can see. And we'll click Center Alignment. And you see it aligns to the center. Save the changes. Come down here. Click the three dots here. Paste Module Styles. That looks good. Click the three dots. Paste Module Styles. Come back in here. Design. Alignment. Center Alignment. Save the changes. And we'll come back up. That looks nice. All our buttons look consistent. They're green and they have these rounded sides, just like we want it. And I'm going to save the page. So far that's looking really good. There's just a few more changes I want to make. If I scroll down here, you can see in this section, it's kind of hard to read the text because it's dark text on a blue background. So I'm going to go into this text module. And if I highlight this text, you can see it's a heading 2. So we'll go to Design, Heading Text, H2, and we'll change the heading 2 text color to white. I'll close this, open the text menu, and we'll change the text color to white as well. Save the changes. I'm going to go into this text module. And if I highlight this text, you can see it's a heading 4. So we'll go to Design, Heading Text, H4. I'm going to change the font to Montserrat. Change the heading 4 text color to white. We'll close this, open the text menu, and change the text color to white as well. Save the changes. And now if I come up here to the module settings, click these three dots, click copy module styles, come over here, click the three dots, and click paste module styles. That looks much better. It's much easier to read. Now down here you can see these images in these blurb modules, they have purple in them. Purple doesn't really match our website color scheme. I'm going to change that purple to a blue color. So I'll come into the first blurb module, click design, click filters, and I'm going to change the hue and the saturation. So I'm going to just click and move this hue setting to the right. And get a nice blue color here. That looks good. Now I'm going to increase the saturation so it pops more. It's a little too much. There we go. That looks nice. Now what I want to do is I want to copy the filters styles to all these other images in this section. So we'll come up here, click the three dots, click extend filter styles, and this time we're going to extend this filter styles to all blurbs throughout this section. So we'll click here, click extend, and now save the changes. You can see they're all blue and green instead of purple. That looks much better. Now we have one more thing to do, and that is to add our footer. So we'll come down here and we'll click this blue circle, and this time we're going to add from library, and here's our footer right here. So we'll click here, and you can see it added our footer, and you can see for some reason the subscribe button is different, but if I come over here, now it changes to our footer and the subscribe button looks like it should. All right. So I'm going to come back up here. Everything looks good. You can see we have our blue background. It says services. We changed our headings to Montserrat. We changed our images to blue, got rid of the purple. We changed the font white here so it's easier to see. And we changed the color of these blurb module images to blue and green instead of purple. Changed the background here to blue. And we added our footer. So I'd say our services page is done. I'm going to save the page. And now you can pat yourself on the back because guys, you just made a professional looking services page. Okay guys, now what I want to do is I want to show you how to create a blog post. So I'm going to come back to the home page here. And I'm going to come down here, and the blog post I want to show you how to create is this one. And it's going to be similar to this. So what we're going to do is, because I want to show you how to create it from scratch, I'm going to have to delete the post and the images and the category. So we'll come up here and we'll go to posts, all posts, and I'm going to delete it right here. So I'll trash it. Go to the trash, empty trash. And next I want to delete the category, which is social media. There we go. And we'll go to the media library. And I'm going to delete the image right here. Okay, go back to the dashboard. To create a new blog post, go down to posts and we'll click add new. And I'm going to get rid of this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give our blog post a title. How to become a social media Jedi. Okay, we're going to come over here to the right, and under categories we're going to click add new category, and we're going to create a new category for this blog post. When you're done typing, click add new category. And you can see it added social media. Down at the bottom here, we're going to set a featured image. So we'll click Set Featured Image. And we're going to come up to Upload Files, select Files, and I'll go to my website folder here. Featured image, and here's my featured image. So I'll select it. And I'll hit the Set Featured Image button. And here you can see it set to featured image. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to hit Publish to publish this post. And now up here, if I click View Post, I'm going to right click, open a new tab. And now we can see what it looks like so far. You can see here's our title. Here's my name because I'm the author of this post. The date it was published, our category, and of course there's 0 comments, and here's our featured image. So I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to come down here, and this is the visual editor. So whatever you type in here is going to show up on the front part of the page when you publish it. So what I'm going to do is I'll type Divi is awesome, and if I highlight it, I can make it bold, I can italicize it. And one more thing, if you come over here, this toolbar toggle, you click this, you have more options right down here. So I can even change the text color by hitting this button here, and it gives me a color palette. So let's say I want to make this text red. Now you can see it's red. And if I come over here and click the text tab, this is the text editor, and this shows you the HTML code for the text that we just created. But we're going to go back and use a visual editor because WordPress does all the work for you. And up here is the undo button. So if I click this, it'll undo the changes, and I can even go right back to the beginning. Okay. Now what I want to do is I'm going to type, this is a heading. And if I hit the Enter key, it'll come down, and now I can create a new paragraph. And if I hit Enter again, I can create another paragraph. Now if I hold in the Shift key and hit Enter, you can see it comes right underneath this line and there's no space. Just because it's going to create a new line instead of creating a new paragraph. And you can see both these lines are in the same paragraph. Now if I hit Enter again, it'll create a new paragraph. Oops. Okay, now let's say I want to make this a heading. So I'll come up here, I'll highlight it, and if I come up to this drop down menu, you can see it says heading 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 6. So I'll make this a 2 heading, and I'll tell you why. The reason I don't make it a heading 1 is because you only want one H1 heading on your page. You don't want more than one. And the reason is because if you put more than one H1 heading on your page, then Google will see that as you trying to over optimize your page for SEO, and they'll actually rank your page lower because of that. If we come up here, anything you type in the title box here is going to be given an H1 tag, but that's only if you're using the standard editor. Divi does not automatically add H1 tags. So that's why when you write down here, you only want to give your headings down in the visual editor, heading 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Okay? Let's say I want to give this a heading. So I'll highlight that, heading 2, and what happens? This line also becomes a heading 2. And the reason is because this is the same paragraph. So if you give this line a heading, this line's also going to be given the same heading because it's in the same paragraph. So what we would have to do to fix this is come over here, backspace, hit Enter, and now if I highlight this and change it back to paragraph, you can see this stays as a heading 2, but this becomes a paragraph line. So now what I want to do is I'm going to delete this, And I want to copy and paste a blog post that I had put together from public domain articles on the internet for the sake of this tutorial. So I'm going to go to Microsoft Word. I'll find my file here. Go to my website folder. And blog page, blog post. Here it is. And I'm going to copy and paste this into the visual editor. And I'll turn it off here. Click this off. Right click and paste. And next what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and click the update button, because you want to save your changes frequently, and the way you do that is you update it. Just like if you were using any other text editor like Microsoft Word, you'd want to save your changes, so that way if something happens you don't have to go all the way back and redo everything. So I'll click update, and I'll come up here and I'll refresh the page. And if I scroll down here, you can see this is the blog post that I had just pasted into the visual editor. And you can see it looks really boring. You could even say it's ugly. So what we're going to do is we're going to snazz it up a bit. We're going to add some images, and we'll highlight some text. We'll add a link, and I'll even show you how to monetize it. So we'll come back over here, back to the editor. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give these H2 headings. And I want to show you something here. You see the Shift-Alt+2? This is called a keyboard shortcut. And what I can do is, if I come down here and highlight this one, I can hold Shift key, the Alt key, and hit the 2 key, and it'll become a heading 2, as you can see up here when I highlight it. And I'm just going to do that for all these. I always encourage you to memorize the keyboard shortcuts. It'll make your work a lot faster. And one more thing, these also have some keyboard shortcuts. You can see bold is Control+B, and italicize is Control+I, and the rest of these have keyboard shortcuts as well. So let's say I want to highlight a word in this article, and what we'll do is I'm going to highlight social structure, and I'm going to make it bold so that it stands out. And let's say I want to make it a different color. So I'll come up here to the text color menu, and I could make it red like we did before. You can see it's red. But let's say I want to make it a custom color. Let's say I don't like any of the colors in the color palette here. So I come down and I click custom. And now I can choose any color I want. I can slide this bar around and it changes the different color shades. And then I can come in here and choose a color. So I'm going to make this text an orange color. That looks good. When you're done, you click OK. And now you can see it's orange. And if I want to make another word the same orange, we'll say massive. Oops. I just highlight it and I just have to click the button. And now you can see it's orange as well. Now let's say what I want to do is, let's say I want to add a link. So what I'll do is I'll come down here and let's make this a link here, YouTube. So I'll highlight YouTube. I'll come up here and I can click this button, or as you can see I can press Control+K. And then what I want to do is open a new tab. I'll just go to YouTube. And I'll copy the URL. Close this window. And I'll paste it in here. And now if I come over here to this gear icon and click it, it gives me some link options. What I want to do is I want this link to open in a new tab when it's clicked. And I could change the link text if I wanted to. I could call this YouTube videos, but I'll keep it as YouTube. Or I could have this link open up any of my other pages here. Blog page, the contact page. One of my blog posts would open up if you click it. So I'm going to update it. And now you can see it's a link color. And if I update the blog post here, come over here and refresh the page. You can see our orange text. It's bold. This is orange here. And if I click this link, it opens up in a new tab. So let's go back and what I want to do next is I want to make all these H2 titles blue, but I want the blue color to be consistent with our website color scheme. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here and right click, open link in new tab, and this will open the home page up. And I'm going to scroll down here to our team section. I'm going to open ColorZilla. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to click on the blue social icon here and it copies it to the clipboard. I'm going to close the home page and I'm going to come up here to text color, come down and click custom, come over here and highlight this and paste. And I'll get rid of the hashtag because you can see there's a hashtag already here, and I'll click OK. And now if I come in here, you can see it added the blue color. This is your custom color palette. This is where all your custom colors will show up in this row here. So now all I have to do is highlight this and click the text color button and it makes it blue. And I'll do that for the rest of these here. Perfect. Okay. Next one I want to do is I want to add a bullet list. Bullet lists are great for articles on the web because it allows your visitor to scan through important information very quickly since it's in a list. So there's two ways to do this. I want to make all these sentences here into a bullet list. The first way is I could come to the first sentence and place my cursor in front of it, come up here and click the bullet list key, and you can see it creates the first bullet. And then I could come down here to the second one, hit the backspace button, and then hit the enter button, and it creates the second bullet. There's a faster way to do this though. I'm going to undo the changes here. What I want to do is I'm going to highlight all the sentences that I want in the bullet list, come up here, and I'll hit the bullet to the list button, and there you go. They're all on the bullet list now. Next I want to create a numbered list. So I'll come down here, and I want these two sentences here to be in a numbered list. So I'm going to place my cursor here and I'm going to hit enter because I want my list down here. Come up to the numbered list button and I'll press it and you can see it creates the first number. Then I'll come over here and I'll just hit enter and now it's the second number in the list. And I want to get rid of these numbers that are in parentheses. And I'm going to capitalize these letters here. Now let's say I was writing a brand new article and these words weren't here and I wanted to create the next line of text. I'll get rid of this first. There we go. And I came over here and if I hit enter, you can see it creates the next number. But I don't want that because let's say I want to create the next line of text. I'm done with the numbered list. So what you do is come up here and just click it off, and then now I can write the next line. And you can see it's no longer in the numbered list. Okay. Next what I want to do is I want to add a block quote. I want to have a quote from a famous person in this article, and I want it to be underneath the featured image, but before the introduction title. So I'll come over here, place my cursor, I'll hit enter, and then hit the up key. And you can see it's still heading 2. I want to change that to paragraph. And now I'm going to go get my quote. So I'll go to Google. And I want a quote from Mark Zuckerberg since This article is about social media and Facebook. And I think I'll use this one right here. So I'm going to highlight that, copy it, close this, go over here, right click, and I'll paste it. And if I highlight it here, you can see the italicized button is pressed because it's already italicized. And now what I'm going to do is click the block quote button, which is right here. And you can see it adds a nice little decorative blue line. Next one I want to do is I want to add Mark Zuckerberg's name so people know exactly who said this. But I don't want it to be part of the block quote. So I'll show you what I mean. If I hit enter and wrote his name here, this blue line would come all the way down here. I don't want that. So I'm going to leave the cursor there, turn off the block quote, and now what I'll do is I'll add a dash and then write Mark's name. And I want to put his name over here to the right side of the screen. So I'll highlight this and come up here and click the Align Right button. There we go. There's one quick way to see how your changes look, and this is a good way to look at your changes before you actually update the article. You come over here and you click the Preview Changes button, and it opens up a new tab. And now you can see the changes that I have made, what they look like on the page. Here's a block quote, Mark Zuckerberg's name. See the H2 titles are all blue. And down here is our bullet list, and here's our numbered list. And if you look up here, you can see it says preview. That's a good way to check out your changes before you actually update the page. So now I'm going to update the page because I like the changes. And if I come over here and refresh the page, we can see the changes have now taken effect. Okay, that looks a lot better than it did, but it's still missing something. And what it's missing are images. So what I'm going to do is come back here. I'm going to add some images. Images are nice because they make your article look more interesting. WordPress makes it really easy to add images to your blog post. All you do is put your cursor where you want your image to be, and then come up here and click Add Media. I'm going to click Upload Files, select Files, and I'm going to navigate to my website folder. And I'm going to choose this image here. And once it's uploaded, click Insert into Post. And here you can see my image. And if I click on it, and if I click on this pencil, this allows you to edit certain aspects of your image. So right here, I can add alternative text. And what alternative text does is, let's say for some reason my image does not load when the page loads, this alternative text will show up where the image would be. I can add a caption. Down here I can align it. I want to align it to the left. I want it to the left of my text. Down here I can change the size. If I wanted a thumbnail, you can see it shows up over here. Thumbnail size, full size, and you can even do a custom size. I could change it over here. But what I want to do is I'll keep it at medium, 300 by 200. Over here I could choose if I wanted to link it to a custom URL. I would put the URL here that I want the image to link to. Attachment page, I could link it to the actual media file in my media library. I'm going to leave it at none. And down here you also have some advanced options. So what I'm going to do once you're done, come down and click Update. And now you can see it's to the left of my text and there's a nice space here. And it added a caption. And now I'm going to add another image down here. And I'll add a space because this time I want my image to be between the lines. Come up here, click Add Media, Upload Files, select Files, and this time I'm going to choose this image. This time I'm going to make all my image edits over here, which is really convenient. I'm going to add the alt text right here. Down here, I can control the alignment. This time I want it to be center aligned. I'm not going to link it to anything, but again, I could link it to a Medium file, custom URL, and I could change the size. I'm going to leave it at 300 by 200. I could also add a caption here and a description. Once I'm done, I'll click Insert into Post, and this time you can see it aligned in the center. So let's go ahead and update the page. And I'm going to refresh the page here. And now you can see we have this nice image, have a nice space around it. We have a caption. It's aligned to the left. And down here we have our other image. It's aligned in the center. Looks really nice. That looks a whole lot better than it did before. It's still missing one thing, and that's monetization. If we're going to go through all the trouble of creating a blog post, we may as well get paid for it, right? So what I'm going to do is open a new tab, and I'm going to type in Amazon Associates. And Amazon Associates is their affiliate program. It's free to sign up. You just need an Amazon account. And what it does is it allows you to create affiliate links to products that Amazon sells. And whenever someone clicks on your affiliate link and buys a product on Amazon, you get paid a commission. You get paid a certain percent of that product's price. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in. And from your Amazon Associates dashboard, you're going to come up here to Product Linking, and you're going to click Product Links. And this will allow you to create affiliate links for products that you want to sell on your blog page. So I'm going to come down to the search, and I'm going to choose books and textbooks. And I'll choose computers and technology, because obviously I want to choose a product that has to do with social media marketing, since my blog post is about social media marketing. So right here I'm going to type in social media marketing. And I'll click go. And down here you can see Amazon has brought up a list of books that have to do with social media marketing. So all I have to do is choose a book. I think I like this one here, Social Media Marketing Mastery 2019. It's $32.61. So I'll come over here and I'll click Get Link. And now if I click on each of these tabs, you can see that Amazon shows you what the link is going to look like. This is text only, and this is image only. And over here, this is text and image. And I think I'm going to go with text and image. You can edit the link over here. If you don't want it to open link in new window, you can check this off. If you don't want to show the border, you can see it kind of gets rid of that thin gray line on either side. I'm going to keep both of those on. You can also change the background color. All that stuff over here. Title color, price color. You can reset the colors. So down here is the actual HTML code for the link. And you can see it's wrapped in an iframe. So the only thing about this is for WordPress, it's best to wrap this iframe into a div. And that way you can have a little more control of how it's going to look on your page. So I'm going to show you how to do that. Don't worry. You won't have to type any code. I'll put the code in the video description and you'll just have to copy and paste it. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go to my website folder. And you can see I have the div tag right here. Goes all the way down here. And here's the iframe from Amazon. And then here's the end of the div tag. So I have this all set up. I'm going to copy this. And I'll click this off. And I'm going to go into the text editor. And I need to scroll down and see where I want to place the affiliate link. And I think what I'll do is, let's see here. I think I'll put it between these two lines here. So I'll hit the enter button twice. Right click and paste. And I'll go back to the visual editor. And you can see it puts it right over here. And you can see it looks just like what they show you here. So I can close this, come back here, and I just want to preview the changes before I update the page. I want to see what it looks like on the actual page here. And there it is. That looks nice. And you can see it's aligned to the right. There's some nice space here. That's because I added that into the div tag. If I can find it here. Here it is. Margin 10 pixels. That's what you see here. This is a margin of 10 pixels. That's otherwise the text will be right up against the image there. So I'm going to go ahead and update the page. And we can get rid of this preview page here. I'm going to reload the page here. And now if I click on the affiliate link, you can see it opens in a new tab and it goes right to the Amazon page for Social Media Marketing Mastery 2019. And if someone would click on the link and then buy it, I would get paid a percentage of $32.61. I believe it's 4%. I'm not really sure at this point. But they could also buy something else on Amazon after clicking my affiliate link, and I would get paid for that. Let's say they came up here and searched for a large screen TV and bought that, and I would also get a percentage, a commission for that. So that's an easy way to monetize your blog or website. Another way to monetize is Google AdSense. What they do is they give you code and you put it on in your page, again using the text editor. It's HTML code. And what they do is they run ads, and the ads are relevant. They're really good at running ads that are very relevant to the information on your page. So if I were to put it on here, they would probably be ads about social media marketing, that type of stuff. And what that does is it really helps increase your click-through rate. And the way you make money is whenever someone clicks on your Google AdSense ad, you get paid a certain amount. So those are 2 ways you can monetize your blog or website and make some passive income. So now what I want to do is I want to show you how to optimize your blog posts for the search engines by performing some on-page SEO. And there's an easy way to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to get back to the dashboard. And we're going to come down here to plugins, and we're going to click add new. Plugins are like apps for your WordPress site. There are thousands of plugins out there. Most of them are free. That's the best part. And what they do is they allow your WordPress site to have certain features. And the one we want to use is Yoast SEO plugin. So we're going to come up here to the keyword search box, and we're going to type in Yoast. And it should be the first one that shows up. You can see there's over 5 million active installations. That just tells you how awesome it is. It has 5-star reviews out of 26,757 reviews. So we're going to come up here and click the Install Now button. And once it is installed, we'll click Activate. And now if we come over to the post and update it. And I'm going to go back to the visual editor. And if I scroll down here, underneath you can see we now have a Yoast SEO menu here. And the first thing we want to do is we want to give our blog post a focus key phrase. And if you want to know what that is, you can just click this question mark. And they have a nice article on that, explains everything. Basically, your focus key phrase is the key phrase you want to rank for on the search engines. So in this case, I'm going to type in social media. Let's say I'm trying to rank this blog post for the search term social media. So whenever someone goes to Google or Bing and they type in social media, I want my blog post to show up on the first page. So if we come down here and where it says SEO analysis, we can click here and open it. And down here you can see we have some good things. Ideally you want all these dots to be green. You can see here we did a good job on outbound links, key phrase length, previously used key phrase, we don't have one. We have our key phrase on the subheading, that's good. Text length contains 716 words. Key phrase and title, SEO title width is good. Key phrase and slug. Here we need to improve image alt attributes, and we have some problems here. Key phrase and introduction, we need to add that. Key phrase density, the key phrase was found 20 times. That's more than the recommended maximum of 15 times for a text of this length. And meta description length, we need to fix that as well. Our meta description is actually right here. This is a preview of the snippet that will appear on Google and Bing. And what we can do is we can click the edit snippet button. And down here you can see this represents the title, page, the separator, which is right here, and the site title, which is Bright Brand Creative. So if you want to change this, there's an easy way to do that. You just come in here and hit the backspace button and you can delete these. And you can see as I do, it deletes what's up here. There we go. And now I can type what I want there. And you want to make sure this bar is green. That means your title and everything here will fit on the Google snippet on Google and Bing. If you type too much, it'll turn red, and that means it won't fit on the snippet on Google or Bing. And let me see, if down here, the meta description, you can change what this says here. So I'm going to do that as well. And again, you want to make sure this bar stays green as well. If it becomes red or orange, that means you've typed too much and this will be cut off in the snippet. I usually don't change the slug. That's this up here. I leave that like it is. Let's change some things here. We want to try and get most of these green if we can. The first thing we're going to do is image alt attributes. Image on this page do not have alt attributes that reflect the topic of your text. So in other words, it's saying our alt attributes for our images do not have our focus key phrase in them. So let's go back up here and we'll go to the image editor here. And sure enough, you can see our alternative text does not have the keyword social media. So I'm just going to type social media there, click update, and I'll do the same thing on this image as well. Update. And sometimes you have to update the page for this to change. So let's try that. And now you can see that orange dot is gone. And it is down here, image alt attributes. Good job now. Now we have a green dot because we fixed that. So next let's fix key phrase density. The focus key phrase was found 20 times. That's more than the recommended maximum of 15 times for a text of this length. Don't over-optimize. There's an easy way to do that. If I click in here and then hold Control and hit the F key, on Google Chrome you can see the Find dialog box shows up here. On Mozilla Firefox it'll show down at the bottom down here. And what I'm going to do is type in my focus keyword. And now you can see it gets highlighted wherever it is all throughout the article. And you can see it shows up 28 times. So let's go down here and I'm just going to change some of these because you can see what it says is they recommend we should only have it 15 times in the article. So let's just take some of these and we'll change it to, we'll change media to the word web. So that took care of one. Two. Three. Four. And one more should do it. 5. So that should have taken it from 20 down to 15. And again, we might have to update the page for that to update. Open SEO analysis, and there you go. Yep. You can see now that dot is green. Key phrase density. The focus key phrase was found 15 times. This is great. Okay, so we fixed that one. Next, we're going to fix the key phrase in the introduction. Your key phrase or its synonyms do not appear in the first paragraph. Now, sometimes Yoast SEO kind of messes up on this one, I noticed. So I'll show you that my key phrase keyword is actually in the first paragraph. It's right here, social media. It's actually the first word in the first paragraph. I guess what they're saying is this is the first paragraph, which technically they're correct. So that's going to kind of be hard to do because I can't change Mark Zuckerberg's quote. Otherwise, it won't actually be a quote from him. What I could do is move this quote down here underneath the first paragraph. And if I did that, I'm not going to do that because for one thing, you can see that this changed from orange to green. So according to them, our SEO is good now. If I wanted to make it perfect, I would take care of these two. But I'm not going to. And that's how easy it is to do some on-page SEO. They also have a readability here, analysis results. They give you a score from the Flash Reading Ease test, which just didn't do very well. We do have some good things down here. They also have a social tab. You can create a Facebook title and Facebook description, as well as an image. And the advanced tab, you can do some stuff here as well. So I'm pleased with that. I think that's pretty good. You could add a related key phrase, but you'd have to go get the premium version of the plugin. And they also have cornerstone content here. You can mark this as cornerstone content by clicking here. So I'm going to go ahead and update that again. And there's a couple more things I want to show you before we're done. Okay, and also you'll notice next to the Yoast icon, this dot is green as well. That means our SEO is good. If you come up here to the top, you'll see it says Screen Options. And what that is it allows you to turn on and off the options you want to show up down here. So in other words, we could turn off Yoast SEO by checking this box, and now it won't show up. You can see it's gone now. And we can also turn on comments, discussion. I'll just turn all these on so you can see them. Revisions, slug, and author. And then you can close this. And now if I come down here, you can see we have Yoast again. Revisions, you can go back to past revisions of this blog post. Trackbacks, custom fields, discussion, if you want to allow comments, which we're going to do. And slug, which is this right here. And author. Well, I'm the only author, so can't change that. So what I want to show you is comments. If I come down here, you can see there's no place for somebody to leave a comment. Comments are good because you get some feedback from your readers. And so what I want to do is, where it says discussion, check the box, it says allow comments. And I'll update it. And now if I come back up here and refresh the page, you can see we now have a form for someone to leave a comment. They would fill this out and submit comment. And actually, if I log out of here, it's going to look different. And here's the full comment form. This is where they leave their comment, and then they put in their name, their email, and if they have a website, they can put that in and they could save it and then submit comment. So I'm going to get back in here. And I'm going to go ahead and close this tab. I'm going to update the page since I just logged back in. And I want to show you that you can build a blog post using the Divi Builder. So you just click the purple Use the Divi Builder button. And this is the Divi Builder on the back end. And if I click this hamburger menu, you can see it looks just like the WordPress default editor. You have a visual tab and a text editor as well. And all the same menu items. You can toggle this toolbar. And it looks pretty much exactly the same. You also have the design tab. You have all these options as well. Just like when using the front end builder. And one thing I want to show you real quick, when you use the Divi Builder, you can give a name to these text modules. And if I save and exit, you can see now it says blog post instead of text. And I'm going to update that. And if you want to build on the front end, you can do that as well. Just click build on the front end. And here we go. You can see here's the expand the menu, and it's just like before. Here's a text module, text settings, design tab. If I come to content, we have our editor, HTML text editor, and we can come down here. Here's all our text. There's one more thing I want to show you, and that's that you can get rid of this sidebar if you want to. I'm going to exit the Visual Builder. And I'll go back to Edit Post. And if we come over here to Divi Page Settings, you see where it says Page Layout. You can change this to No Sidebar. And I'll just show you by previewing the change. And you can see now the sidebar is gone, which is a nice option. You can also put the sidebar on the left. So that's pretty much it. You can see we created a blog post from scratch. We have our title, our metadata here, the author, the date it was published, the category, 0 comments. We have our H2 titles that are blue. We changed the text color, made it bold. We created a link, added images with a caption, another image. We added a bullet list, a numbered list. We even monetized it with an Amazon affiliate link. We added comments. We also added a block quote, and we also performed some on-page SEO. There's one more thing I want to show you. This is a really cool feature. You can actually have WordPress publish your posts at a later date. So if you come to the Publish menu, and down here next to this calendar, you click Edit. What you can do is you can choose the month. Let's say I want this published in August. You can choose the date. Say August 1st, 2019, and the time. We'll say 8 o'clock in the morning. And if you notice, it's on military time, so it's a 24-hour clock. And all you have to do then is click OK. And now you see it says schedule for August 1st, 2019 at 8 o'clock. And click schedule. And now if I come over to all posts, you can see it's right here, how to become a social media Jedi. And now it says scheduled. And if I click quick edit, you can see the date. It's scheduled for August 1st, 2019 at 8 a.m. Over here, you can change the status. If you want to go back to published, you can do that. So what I'm going to do is go back to the post. Come back down here, and I'll edit this again and bring it back to where it was. And I'll update it. And there we go. I'm going to click this off. Refresh this page. And enable the visual builder. Oops, I don't want that left sidebar. So we'll go back to edit post. Change this to right sidebar. Update. Refresh the page. There we go. Okay guys, now we're going to create a blog page which will display our blog posts. So we'll come up here to our menu and we'll click blog. A blog page is a great way to display all your blog posts so that they're easily accessible to your visitors. Once you're on the blog page, we'll come up here and click enable visual builder. And we're going to build this page from scratch. So we'll come down here and click start building. I'm going to choose a 1-column row. And I'm going to insert a text module. So click text. I'm going to save this to close it because I want to put in my background image first. So come up here to the section module settings and click the gear icon. Click background. Click the image icon. Click add background image. Click upload files. Select files. And I'm going to navigate to my website folder. And here's my header image, so I'll choose that. Click open. And once it's done uploading, I'll come down to the right and click upload an image. And you can see my nice antique typewriter here. Next, what I want to do is I want to add a color overlay. So I'll come over here and click this icon. I'll click add background gradient. And I'm going to scroll down here and choose my first color. I have that all set up here, so I'm going to go to my website folder. Here we go. Copy this. I'm going to close this. Come over here and I'll right click and paste and click the green check mark. Now the second color. Come back here and I'll copy this. Close this. Highlight, right click, paste, and click the green check mark. And as you can see, you can't see the cover overlay, and that's because we need to scroll down here and click this button, place gradient above background image. So once I click that, now you can see my bluish color overlay here. So I'm gonna save the changes. And next what I want to do is come in here and add my blog title. Oops. There we go. So I'm going to get rid of this dummy text here. And I'm going to type blog. And I'm going to highlight it. Come up here and choose heading 1. And I'll go to design, heading text. And it's already set to H1. I'm going to change it to the Montserrat font. Keep our font scheme consistent. I'll leave it regular. I'm going to come down here and I want it to be white so it stands out. You can see it a lot better now. And I'm going to make it larger, so heading text size, I'll grab this and drag my mouse to the right. And I'm going to bring it to, make it 48 pixels. And one more thing I want to do is I want to have it centered in the page here. So I'll come up here to heading text alignment and click the center alignment button. There we go. Save the changes. And I'm going to go ahead and open this menu and save the page. Okay, next what I want to do is I want to see a little bit more of my blog header image here. So I'm going to go back into the section settings, go to design, and then I'll go to spacing, and I'm going to add some top padding. And you'll see as I click and drag to the right, it adds some padding to the top. I'm going to bring this down to, bring it to 100. That looks good. I'm going to keep that there. So I'm going to save the changes. Next, I'm going to create another section. So I'll click the blue circle here. It's going to be a regular section. And I'm going to choose a 1-column row. This time I'm going to add a blog module. So I'll type blog. And I'll click blog here. And here you can see it adds all my blog posts. So if I scroll back to the first one here, you can see this is the one we just added. And I'm going to come down here and you see it says post count. By default, it'll show 10 blog posts on the page for each blog page. Because I only have 6 blog posts, it's only showing 6. If you want, you can increase this number or decrease it. Let's say I type in 2. And now it's only showing 2 blog posts on the page. So I'm going to go back to the default here. And included categories, if I wanted to, I could click all categories. And of course it'll show the blog posts in all categories. And if you remember when we created this blog post, we created a new category called social media. This is the category right here. So if I scroll down here, you can see they each show their category. This is people. If I wanted to, I could click this off. And let's say I only wanted to show blog posts in the travel category. And now it'll only show the 2 blog posts that have the category travel, as you can see here. So I want to show all categories, so I'm going to uncheck that. And now it's showing all the categories here. If I scroll down here, date format. This is a date right here. So you can see the format is month, day, and year. I'm going to leave that like it is. Post offset number, I'm not going to mess with that. I'm just going to leave it default. If we go to elements, we can click on and off these certain elements here. So show featured image, I could click that off. Show author, if I don't want to show the author, which is right here, I can click this button off. And now if I scroll down, it doesn't show the author. Same thing with categories. Now it doesn't show the category. I do want to show both of those. And let me see, I also want to show the Read More button. Now you can see it has this Read More. And if they click that, it'll take them to the actual blog post. And I do want to show the comment count. So if I click this button, you can see now it shows how many comments are at the end of the blog post. You can also add a background color if you want. And you can see this turn red here for each of them. Okay, next we're going to go into the design tab here. And for layout, you can see it's set to full width. You can also choose grid. So if I click grid, you can see it changes to a grid layout. I happen to like that better. And that way they can scroll down, and if I had 10 blog posts, it would show 10 of them here. One thing I want to do is I want my section here, my row, to be wider. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to go into the row settings, click the gear icon. I'm going to go to the design, sizing, and I'm going to equalize the column heights, and I'm going to make the max width 80%. There we go. I like that better, so I'm going to save the changes. And now you can see my blog posts are nice and even. Same size. And the row is wider. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my blog module. And I'm going to snap this to the left so it's easier for you guys to see. We're going to go to design, and we're going to go to, we already did layout, so now I want to go to overlay. I'm going to click this featured image overlay button. I'm going to click it on. And now what we can do is we can add an overlay icon that will show up whenever someone hovers over each blog post. So first we're going to give the overlay icon a color. I'm going to choose white. And now we're going to add an overlay background color, and that'll be the color behind the overlay icon that'll show up on top of the image. So I'm going to go in here, and I already have that set up as well. So I'm going to go to my website folder. And here's my overlay background color. So I'll copy that. Close this here. Paste it in here. Click the green check mark, and if I go here and see it's set to 45.45, this is the opacity slider. If I slide this up, it would actually make the color solid, and you can see now you can see a solid color here. But I want my color to be translucent. So as I slide this down, it decreases the opacity of the color. I'm actually going to take it to, let me see, and we'll take it back to 0.45. There we go. I like how that looks there. You can still see the image behind the color overlay. Now we're going to choose the overlay icon, and if I scroll down here, you have all these icons to choose from. I want to choose these two dialogue balloons right here. And if I hover over, you can see our white dialogue balloons on top of the blue color overlay color. That looks good. So I'm going to close this menu here. Image. I'm going to leave that like it is. That's good. I want to style the title text, which is this text right here. So I'm going to make it Montserrat. And I'm going to make it, I want to make the color, actually I want to make it capitals. So I'll click here. There we go, that's better. And I'm going to make it the same color as the H2 titles that we did in our blog post. So I'm going to come over here, and I know that color is 0C71C3. It's a nice blue color. There we go. And I want to make some more space here, so I'm going to change the title line height to 1.2, and you see it gave a little bit more space. That looks good. You could also add a text shadow if you wanted. I'm not going to, I'm just going to leave it like it is there. So close this. Next is a body text right here. I'm going to leave that default regular, and what I want to do is make that a dark gray so it's just a little bit easier to read. There we go, it's a little bit darker. That looks good. I'll leave the size the same. Meta text is this text right here. I want to make this semi-bold, and I'm going to make it black so it really stands out. That looks good. The read more text, you can see it's the read more right here. Obviously that's a link, so I want to make that blue, and I'm going to make it the same blue as our title here. So we'll just come in here, and actually there's a easier way to do that. I'll just copy it. Back here, right click and paste. And now you can see it's blue. Looks good. Pagination text, I'm not going to change that. Sizing, border, that looks good. Last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a simple animation. We'll add a fade so that these fade in like that. And I think that's it. Looks good. I'm going to save the changes. And now you can see we have this nice overlay color, but we can still see the image because we made it translucent. We have our cool little overlay icon of these dialogue balloons. We have a nice blue title that matches our website color scheme. We made this meta text black, and we chose to show the comment count. We made the body text a little darker, and we also show the read more button link, and we made it blue to match the title color. That looks good. I like that. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. Oops, I just realized we're not quite done with this page yet. We still have to add our footer at the bottom here. So we'll come down here and we'll click this blue circle to add a new section. We'll click Add from Library and we'll click Footer. There we go. Now we're done. And we have our footer here. I'm going to go ahead and save the page. Alright guys, now what I want to do is I want to show you how to configure the sidebar that appears on your blog posts. So to do that, we'll come up here and we'll click Exit Visual Builder. And we'll come down here and we'll click on the blog post we created. And over here is your sidebar. You can see we have a search box, recent posts, recent comments, categories, archives, and meta. And these are actually widgets. And what we can do is we can configure which widgets we're going to show and which ones we won't show by going to the widgets menu. And what I want to do is I want to get rid of the search box. I want to keep recent posts and I want to keep recent comments, but I want to get rid of categories, archives, and meta. So we're going to come up here and I'm going to right click and we'll open the dashboard. We'll slide this over. And once we're on the dashboard, we'll come down to Appearance and we'll click Widgets. And this is the widgets menu. Over here you can see is our sidebar. And we can collapse this. We also have a footer area 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I'll open this up, and to delete a widget, just open it up here and click delete. And I'm going to keep recent posts and recent comments, but I'm going to get rid of categories. So we'll delete that. Archives and meta. And don't worry, it doesn't delete the widget completely from your website. They all are over here. Here's archives, categories, recent comments, recent posts, and down here is search. So if you ever have to put them back, you know where they are. So now if we come back to the blog post and refresh, you can see we have recent posts and recent comments. Now what I want to do is I want to add a Facebook widget up here that will allow people to like our Facebook page and get to our Facebook page from our blog post here. So we're going to come back here and we'll come down on the left to plugins and we'll click add new. And here you can see is a search plugins box over here. So I'm going to type in Facebook widget. And you can see it came up with 1,755 items. And if I scroll down here, you can see there are quite a few Facebook plugins. So I want to narrow this down. I actually know the name of the plugin author who created the Facebook widget I want to use. So I'm going to put his name in here. And here's the Facebook widget right here. You can see it has over 100,000 active installations and 5 stars out of 159 reviews. That's pretty awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to come up here and click the Install Now button. And then we'll click Activate. And now you can see the Facebook widget has been installed and activated. So we'll come back to Appearance and Widgets. And the Facebook widget is right here. Now there's 2 ways to install it into the sidebar. We can click on it. And here it allows you to choose which area you want to install the widget in. You can see these are the footer areas over here. By default, it stays at sidebar when you click open. So we'll come down here and we'll click add widget. And now you can see it was added over here. I'm going to go ahead and delete that because I want to show you the second way to install it into the sidebar. And that is to just click it, hold, and just drag it over. And let go. And now you can see it's installed in the sidebar. And now we can configure the settings. I like this title, so I'm going to keep that. I don't need this, so I'm going to go ahead and delete it. Here's where you put in your Facebook page URL. I'm just going to use the WordPress Facebook page for an example. So I'll type WordPress. Here you can choose to show the timeline, events, or messages. I'll keep it on timeline. Here we can configure whether we want to show posts from the page timeline, which I will. We could hide the cover photo. Show friends' faces, I want to do that. We could show a small header, adapt the plugin container with, and we could change the width and the height of the plugin. We could even add some custom CSS. So I'm going to leave it like that. And once we're ready, we'll click Save. And now if I go back to the page and refresh, there's our Facebook widget. And we can go to page like, WordPress, and here's the post. It's showing the post from the timeline. Pretty cool. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to move this up to the top. So if we go back to the widgets, I'll collapse this. All I have to do is click on it and drag up and let go. And now if I refresh the page, you can see it shows up at the top now. That looks good. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to show you how to configure your comments. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come up here and I'm going to log out. And I'm going to go back to the blog post and refresh the page. And now you can see our WordPress bar disappears because we're logged out. And if I come down here to the bottom, you can see where it says submit a comment. And let's say someone read our article and they really liked it and they leave a comment. Next, they would put in their name, email, And let's say they have a website. And then they would click Submit Comment. And you can see it would tell them your comment is awaiting moderation, and that's why it says 0 comments, because in order for the comment to show up on the article, the admin, which is you, has to approve it first. So let me show you how we're going to do that. We're going to come back up here, and I'm going to log back in. And we'll go to the dashboard. And I'm going to come down here to comments, and you can see there's a 1 next to it now. That's because we have a comment awaiting moderation. And here's the comment. You see it says, thanks for the article. It has the person's name, their website, their email. And here we can approve the comment. We can reply to the comment from here. We can edit the comment. Let's say they put a swear word in there and we don't want to show that, so we could delete the swear word or we could censor it. We could send the comment to our spam folder, or we could just trash the comment. So I'll go ahead and click approve. And I want to reply to the comment, but I don't want to do it from here. So I'm going to go back and I'll refresh the page. And now since we're logged in, our WordPress bar shows up. And now you can see it says 1 comment. Here's the comment, and I can click reply here to reply to the comment. And I'll click submit comment. And now you can see here's my reply. And now it says 2 comments. Now what I want to do is I want to show you how to configure your comments. You can see our avatars here. They're kind of plain. So we'll come back here to the dashboard. And this time we're going to come down to settings. I'm going to click discussion. And here are your discussion settings. Here you can choose these different settings by clicking and unclicking the boxes. We can allow people to post comments on new articles. Attempt to notify any blogs linked to from the article. Users must be registered and logged in to comment. You could click that if you wanted to. Automatically close comments on articles older than 14 days. Anyone posts a comment is held for moderation. We want that. I like this one down here, comment moderation. If I scroll down here, I'm going to change this to 1. Here it says hold a comment in the queue if it contains 1 or more links. And the reason for this is a lot of spammers, whenever they leave comments, they'll usually leave a website because they want the people to click to the website. So if you see a comment that has a website, that usually means it's a spammer. Not all the time, but many times it is. So this way, if they ever put in their website like we did, then make sure it holds it in the queue. That way you don't have a bunch of spam comments on your page automatically. Down here, we can change our avatars. We can choose not to show the avatar. I'm going to show avatars. Here's a maximum rating. I just keep it on rated G, suitable for all audiences. And here we can change the avatar image. Here you can see it's on the default avatar image. So let's say I want to choose this one right here, Wavatar. I would then click Save Changes. And now if I refresh the page, you can see our avatars have changed. Kind of neat. Next, what I want to do is I want to get back to our blog page. I'm going to go ahead and close this. And if I scroll down here to our blog post, you can see in the excerpt, it's actually showing the quote from Mark Zuckerberg that we put in the very beginning of the article. And then right here, it shows the heading 2 title, Introduction. I'll open this so you can see it. So here's the quote, Mark Zuckerberg's name, the introduction, heading, title, and then it starts showing the first paragraph. I don't like this because it looks bad. So what we can do is we come back here, we can click Edit Post. And if I scroll down here, You can see it says Excerpt, and we can type in a custom excerpt here and it'll override the automatically generated excerpt that WordPress creates for our blog post. So what I'm going to do is come back up here and I'm going to go into the blog post and I'm going to come down here and I'm just going to copy these first 2 lines and I'll close this. Come back down. I'll right click and paste it in here and I'm going to add 3 dots. I'll come back up here and click update. And now if I go back to the blog page and refresh it, you can see our excerpt has changed and now it's showing the custom excerpt that I just copied and pasted in there, and that looks much better. Now there's one more thing I'm going to talk about, and that's how to make your blog page, your posts, nice and uniform. You can see all my images are the same size, and also all my excerpts are no more than 5 lines long. And what that does is it causes all these blog posts to be the same size, and it just looks really nice and uniform. I like things that look tidy. Otherwise, the images would be bigger on some of them and smaller, and then some of these would be longer. They'd be down here maybe if the excerpt was longer, and it just looks kind of messy. Everybody has their preferences. So I'm going to go ahead and click this off, and I'm going to go back to the dashboard here, go to settings, and just going to switch back to the default avatar. There we go. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to create the contact page. So to create the contact page, we'll come up to the menu and click Contact. And once you're on the contact page, go to the top and click Enable Visual Builder. And we're going to go ahead and build this page from scratch as well. So we'll come down here and click Start Building. And I'm going to choose a 1-column row, and I want to open a call to action module. So I'll type call. Oops. There we go. Click call to action. I'm going to go ahead and click this button to close it because I want to add my background image first. So what I want to do now is I want to show you 3 websites where you can get some beautiful high-resolution photos for your website that are completely free. You can use these photos for both commercial and personal projects, so you don't have to worry about any copyright infringement. So I'm going to come up here and open a new tab, and in Google I'm going to type free stock photos. And the first one is Unsplash. Second one is Pexels, and the third one is Pixabay. So what I want to do is I want to find a photo of the city of Los Angeles, since that's where our business is located and this is our contact page, and I want it to be a bird's eye photo. So I'm going to come here to the search box, type Los Angeles, and I'll do the same on Pexels and Pixabay. And I'm just going to scroll down here so you can see these stunning photos. I mean, these photos are beautiful. Look at this here. I love this photo here. Los Angeles at night. You have some cool time lapse with the blurred headlights and taillights. If I come over here and click free download, they give you 4 different sizes to choose from. You can download and they're all free. I mean, 2201 by 1468. I mean, that's huge. 1920 by 1280, that's full screen size. I mean, I can just keep scrolling. They have some really nice photos of Los Angeles. Same thing if I go over to Pexels. Some really nice high resolution photos are all free. And Unsplash, they have some really nice photos as well. And I want to find a bird's eye view photo of downtown Los Angeles. I like this one right here. So if I click on it, it shows a larger image. And if I come up here, I'll click the download free button. And you can see it's downloading. I'm going to go ahead and close all these tabs. And I'm going to come back to my section module settings and click the gear icon. I'm going to go to background and click the image icon and click add background image. And I'm going to go ahead and go up here and click upload files, select files, and I'm going to navigate to my downloads folder because I just downloaded that photo. And here it is right here. So I'll select it. And it may take a couple seconds to upload because it's a pretty large image. I'm going to go ahead and click this off down here. Once your image is uploaded, you come down to the right here and click upload an image. And you can see it adds it to the page right away. And I want to make this a parallax background. So I'll come down here, use parallax effect and click yes. And I also want to put a color overlay on top of the image. So I'll come over here and click this icon. I'll click add background gradient. And I'll come down here and add my first color. And I have those colors saved. So I'm going to navigate to my website folder. And here it is right here. So I'll copy this. I'm going to minimize this and close this window. And I'll highlight the hashtag and right click and paste. And I'll click the green check mark. Now I'll add the second color. Paste it, click the green check mark. And now what I'm going to do is scroll down here and I want my color overlay to appear on top of the image. So I'll come down here where it says place gradient above background image and I'll click yes. And as you can see, nothing happened. It didn't place the color on top of the image. And that's because by default, Divi doesn't allow you to have a color gradient background on top of the background image if the background image is parallax, if you have this turned on. So if you remember on the home page, we had to add some custom CSS. And this time we're going to add the custom CSS in a different way. Before we did it on the back of the page. So I'm going to go ahead and save the changes here. I'm going to expand the menu and save the page. And I'm going to go ahead and exit the Visual Builder. We can come over here and where it says your website name, come down here and I'm going to right click on Dashboard and click Open Link in New Tab. And I'm going to slide that over here. And we're going to come down here where it says Divi. Click on Theme Options. And this is a Divi Theme Options menu. If you scroll all the way down, this is where you can add custom CSS right in this box here. So I'm going to click here, hit the Enter button twice to add 2 spaces. And I'm going to come down and navigate to my website folder. And I'll go to the home page, extras included, and custom CSS. And here's the custom CSS I provide in the video description. So I'm going to copy this. I'll minimize this window, close this. I'll come in here, right click, and paste. And once I'm ready to save the changes, I'll come down here and click Save Changes. I'll come back here and I'll close this window. And now I'm going to enable the Visual Builder. Come back into the section module settings. Come over and click the Advanced tab. Come over to CSS ID and classes and open this. And here we have to put in the CSS class for the CSS code we just added. So I provide that as well. So I'll come over here. And here it is right here. I'll copy this. I'll close this. Right click, paste. And now you can see our color overlay has appeared on top of our parallax background. So I'm going to go ahead and save the changes. I'll expand this menu and save the page. Okay, now let's go ahead and stylize this call to action module. So we'll come up here to the module settings and click the gear icon. And I'm going to move this over to the left so you can see things better. And where it says title, I'm going to go ahead and delete this and type contact. There we go. I'm going to come down here, and in the body section, I'm going to delete this dummy text. And I'm going to go ahead and type, "We want to hear from you." There we go. Next, I'm going to get rid of this green background color. So I'll click on background, and I'll click this trash can here, and that deletes the color. Now we'll go to the design tab, and I want to stylize this title text here. So I'll click title text, and I'm going to change the font to Montserrat. I'll leave it regular. I want to make these all capitals, so I'll click here. There we go. Next, I want to change the color. So I'm going to click the eyedropper here. And I could use the color palette if I wanted to choose a color. But I already have a color that I want to use. So I'm going to come down here. And here's the color I want to use right here. So I'll copy that. Right click and paste. And I'll click the green check mark here. Next, I want to make my title a lot larger so it's easier to see. So I'll click here under title text size, and I'll just drag to the right, and you can see my title is getting larger. And we'll make it 70 pixels. That looks good. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to stylize the body text here. So I'll scroll up here, close this, click body text, and I'll leave it default, font regular. I'll leave it white. I just want to make the font larger, so I'll click body text size, and I'll just drag to the right. And I'll make it 24 pixels. That looks good. I'm going to save the changes, and I'll come down here and save the page. Now what I want to do is I want to add some top padding to my background image here so we see more of it. So I'm going to come up here to the section module settings and click the gear icon. And I'll click design, spacing, and here's padding, top. I'm going to click here and just drag to the right. And you can see as I drag, it adds the padding on top. Take it to 250. That looks good. Now I'm just going to decrease the margin a bit, top margin, so I'll drag over here. And we'll take it down. Get down to 150. There we go. That looks better. I like that. That looks good. Okay. See our nice heliport here. Okay, I'm going to click and save the changes here. And I'm going to click here and save the page. Alright, so let's keep going. We're going to come down to the bottom and create a new section. So we'll click this blue circle, add a new section, and we'll make it a regular section. And I'm going to make it a 1-column row. And I'm going to add a blurb module. So type blurb. Click blurb. And right now I'm just going to save the changes and click this off. And what I want to do first is I'm going to come down here and I want to add a cloud divider so that it looks like we're up in the clouds, peeking over the clouds and down onto the city. So I'm going to come over here to the section module and click the gear icon. And I'm going to go to design, dividers, and I want it to be a top divider because I want it up here. And I'm going to scroll down here to the list, divider style list, click that. And I'm just going to come down here and I'm going to choose this cloud divider here. Okay, now I want to change the background color. I don't want it to be black. I'm going to choose this blue color here. That looks nice. And everything else looks good. So I'm going to save the changes. Now what I want to do is I'm going to go into the row settings here, click the gear icon. And I want to give it a background color of white. So we'll go to background, add background color. And actually I can just come down here and choose white. There we go. Next I'm going to go to design. And what I want to do is, you can kind of see the top of the row here. I want to slide this row up so it's kind of above the clouds a little bit. So first I'm going to equalize the column heights because I'm going to have 3 columns here. I want them to be the equal heights. And I'm going to close sizing. Now I'm going to go into spacing and I want to move this row up a bit. So I'm going to go to top margin and I'm going to click here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to decrease the margin. And you can see as I decrease, it moves upward. And I'm just going to keep going until I have it where I want it. That's looking good. Maybe not quite that far. Take it down to 120. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. And the last thing I want to do is I want to go to border and I want to round these corners just a little bit over here. So I'll just increase this by 2 pixels. And you can see it rounds the corners just a tiny bit. That looks good. So I'm going to save the changes. And now let's go into the blurb module by clicking the gear icon here. And I'm going to move this over. And the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of this image because I don't want that. Click use icon. Okay, let's go to text and I'm going to change this title to Let's Meet Up. There we go. I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to get rid of this dummy text. And I want to put in our address. So I'm going to copy and paste that in. So I'll come down here. I'll navigate to my website folder. Go to the home page, footer section, text, and here it is right here. Just copy that, close this, paste it in here, and I'm going to go in here and just get rid of these spaces. Go back to the visual tab. There we go. That looks good. And now what I want to do is I want to add a icon since we got rid of the image. So we'll go to image and icon again and click use icon. Yes. And I'm going to add a building icon since we have our address here. So I'm just going to scroll through these icons and see if I can find it here. I must have passed it. Where are you, building icon? There you are. This little guy right here. There we go. Okay. And last I want to add a background color. I want to make it a very light gray, almost white. So I'm going to click here and I'm going to copy and paste it. I have it here. This is the one I want. I'll copy. Right click, paste. There we go. That looks good. And one thing I forgot to do, let me save the changes here. We're going to have to go back into our row module here and change this to a 3-column setup. There we go. It's much better because I want to have 3 of these. Okay, let's go back to the blurb module. And next one I want to do is I want to style this icon. So I'm going to click the design tab, image and icon, and I'm going to make it a dark blue instead of this green. And I have that color here as well. I'll copy that. I'll highlight this, right click and paste, and click the green check mark. Circle icon, no. I want to keep the placement at the top. You could change it to left and it would make it small but be to the left. I want to leave it top. Circle icon, you could put a circle around it. I don't want to do that. I do want to use the icon font size and I'm going to decrease that to make it a little smaller here. 75 pixels. That looks good. Okay. Next one I want to do is stylize the title text. So we'll come here, H4. I'll leave it default. I'll leave it regular. I do want to center align it, so I'll click that. And I'm going to make it the same blue color as the background of our divider here. So I'll click this blue color here. And I'm going to increase the title text size. Make it nice and big. That looks good. I like that. I'm going to go ahead and style the body text. We'll leave it default, regular. I'm going to center line that as well. And I'm going to make that a kind of a darker gray. And I have that color here as well. At least I thought I did. I guess I don't. So let's do this. There we go. That looks good. Okay. I'm going to increase the body text size to 16 pixels. That looks good. Next one I want to do is I want to add some padding around this. You can see the body text and the icon are right up against the edge of the background. So we're going to go to spacing, and I'm going to add some padding on all four sides. We'll do 20 pixels. There we go. And now what I want to do is I want to add some left margin, and I'm going to click here and slide this to the right, and you can see it's adding. It added 25 pixels of margin space on the left here. So 25 pixels, I like that. That looks good. And I believe this looks like it's the same space. So that makes it nice and symmetrical. Okay. Next one I want to do is I want to add a box shadow, but I want to add an inner box shadow. So I'll click box shadow here. And this time I'm going to choose the inner box shadow. That looks nice. And I'm going to change the box shadow color. I'm going to make it just a little bit lighter. And that looks good, but I want to use what I have over here. There it is, right down here. I'll copy that. Come in here. And paste. Click the green check mark. That looks good. All right. And last thing I want to do is add animation. So I'm going to add a simple slide animation. And what I want to do is I'll keep it center. I want to increase the duration, max it out. I'm going to keep the delay at 0. But I want to max out the intensity and the starting opacity. I want it to be completely opaque when it starts. The animation speed curve, I want to ease out this time. There we go, nice and smooth. All right, I think that's it for this blurb. So I'm going to save the changes here, and I'm going to save the page. That looks good. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this module here by clicking the duplicate module button. And then we're going to click on this cross, hold down, and we'll just drag it over and let go in the second column. And we'll repeat that process. Click, drag, and release. And we're going to come into this blurb module. Actually, I'll bring it over here. And the first thing I'm going to do is change the title text. And I'll scroll down here and change the body text. And next I want to change the icon. So I'll scroll down here. Click image and icon. And this time I'm going to choose the light bulb icon right here. There we go. And now you can see that the bottom of this blurb module doesn't line up with this one. There's an easy way to fix that. We'll come over here to the Design tab, and we'll scroll down and click Spacing. And what we're going to do is we're going to increase the bottom padding. So we're just going to click here and slide the mouse to the right. And you can see as I do that, it increases the bottom padding. And once it lines up, that looks good right there. Perfect. Okay. Last thing I want to do is I want to go into the animation here, and I want to increase the animation delay. I want to create a domino effect like we did with the testimonial section on the homepage, so that this loads first, and then this loads a second later, and then the third one over here loads a second after that. So we'll increase the animation delay to 1,000 milliseconds. There we go. And now we'll save the changes, and we'll come over to this blurb module, and I'm going to change the title. Scroll down and change the body text as well. And now we'll change the icon. Click image and icon. And this time I'm going to choose this thumbs up here. That looks good. And now you can see this blurb module is right against the edge of the row module. So we'll fix that first. We'll come down here to spacing. And what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the left padding. We'll go to right, and this time we're going to increase this to 25. I'm sorry, that was the left margin, not padding. There we go. And now what I want to do is increase the bottom padding as well. That looks good. And last thing I need to do is I'm going to increase the animation delay on this. And since I want this to come in last, we're going to increase this to 2,000 milliseconds. There we go. I'm going to save the changes. And you can see there's more space here than there is here. So we're going to go ahead and come in here and we'll fix that. And what we're going to do is go to Design, Spacing, and we're going to get rid of this left margin. There we go. And now you can see these are nice and evenly spaced. Everything looks good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the changes, and I'll save the page. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a contact section like we did on the home page with a contact form. But we're going to do it the easy way because I'm lazy. So we're going to come up here to the top menu, and I'm going to right click and open the home page in a new tab. And I'm going to click and enable the Visual Builder. And I'm going to scroll down to the contact section. And what we're going to do is we're going to save this section as a section module in the Divi library. So we'll come up here and we'll click on this down arrow right here. And we'll have to name the layout. just going to call it Contact Section. I'm not going to make it a global item because when we put it on the contact page, I'm going to get rid of this line here, the contact, as well as this divider line. And if I make it a global item, when I do that, it'll erase it on this contact section as well, which I do not want to do. We're going to create a new category called Contact. And when you're ready, click Save the Library. Okay, so now we can delete that tab there. And I'm going to refresh the page. And then we'll come down here and we'll click the blue circle. And this time we're going to click Add from Library. And here you can see our contact section that we had just created. So we'll click that. And if I scroll down here, it's that easy. Here's our contact section. I'm going to delete this text module, so I'll just click the garbage can. And now I'm going to delete this divider, so I'll click the garbage can again. And I want to add some space between this first line of text and our cloud divider. So I'm going to come up here to the row module settings. And I'm going to go to Design, Spacing, and I'm going to add some more top padding. So I'll just click and drag this to the right, and you can see as I do, it adds some top padding. And we'll take it down to 100. Save the changes. That looks good. And now what I'm going to do is open this menu, and I'm going to save the page. Okay, now we're going to add a full width map showing our location. And since we already created the map on the home page and saved it as a global module, all we have to do is come down here and click this blue circle to add a new section, and click Add from Library, and click Los Angeles Map, or whatever you saved the map as. And there we go. And the last thing we need to do is load our footer. So we'll come down and click this circle, Add from Library, and we'll click Footer. And there's our professional looking footer. Alright, so I'm going to scroll up here, and I'm going to save this page. And I'm going to go ahead and exit the Visual Builder. And you can see our cool animation. There we go. Okay, next what we're going to do is we're going to create a portfolio page that showcases our work for all the different services that we offer. So to do that, we'll come up to the top where it says New, and we'll click Page. And we're going to give this page a title right here. Next, we'll come over here and click Publish. And then we'll come up here and click View Page. And now you can see we have a portfolio page. Next, what we need to do is add our page to our menu up here. So we'll come up here where it says Bright Brain Creative, or whatever your website name is. And I'm going to right click on Dashboard and click Open Link in New Tab. And I'm going to move this over. And once you're in the dashboard, you'll come down here on the left to where it says Appearance and click Menus. And I'm going to click Search, and I'm going to type in Portfolio. And you can see it narrows down the pages. I'm going to check the portfolio box and click Add to Menu. And now it's down here, so I'll click and drag it up. And I want it to be after services but before blog. But I don't want it to be a sub item, because if I bring it after services up here, it becomes a sub item under services. So I'm going to keep it down here. Click Save Menu. And I'm going to go ahead and click this off. And now when I refresh the page, you can see Portfolio shows up here. Okay, before we can build our portfolio page using the Visual Builder, first we need to create projects that will add to our portfolio page. So to do that, we'll come up here to the top where it says New, and we'll click Project. And I'm going to name this project Polygon Portraits. Next, I'll come over to the right and I'll scroll down. And where it says project categories, I'm going to add a new category. So I'll click here and I'm going to create a category graphic design. Next, click add new category. And you can see it added the category here for this project. I'm going to scroll down here and where it says featured image, I'm going to click set featured image. I'm going to click upload files, select files, and I'm going to navigate to my website folder. Oops. Graphic design. And I'm going to choose this parrot here. And once your image is uploaded, you come down here and click set featured image. And you can see it shows up. Next, we're going to come over here and click use the Divi builder. And after that, we'll click publish. And once the project publishes and it says view post, we're going to come down here and we're going to click build on the front end. And this will allow us to build on the front end using the visual builder. I'm going to let the page load. Okay, since we're building from scratch, we can come down here and click start building. I'm going to choose a one column row and I'm going to add a text module. Click text. I'm going to close this because first what I want to do is add my background color for the header here. So I'll come up here and click the gear icon and I'll click background and I want to add a color gradient, so I'll click here and I'll click add background gradient, and down here I'm going to click here and add my first color, which I have ready to go. So I'm going to navigate to my website folder again. And I'm going to copy my first color. I'll minimize this, close this. I'll highlight here, right click and paste. Now for the right color. Copy, I'll close this. Highlight, right click, paste. Okay, and you can see I have my color gradient now. This time what I want to do is I'm going to scroll down here and where it says gradient type, I want to have a radial gradient. And if I move this down, now you can see we have a nice blue color in the center here and it turns to green on the sides, which looks really nice. Okay, I'm going to save the changes and now I'm going to come up here and click the gear icon for the text module. And what I want to do is give my page a title. So I'm going to highlight this and delete it and type my title. I'm going to highlight the title, come up here and make it a heading 1. I'm going to go to design and stylize the heading text. I'm going to make this Montserrat, so I'm going to come up here where it says search fonts and I'm going to start typing Montserrat. Here it is, so I'm going to click it. I'm going to keep it regular. I want to center align it, so I'll click here. And I'm going to make the heading text color white. And I want it to be larger. Where it says heading text size, I'm going to click here and just drag this to the right, and you can see it gets larger. And I'll make it 48 pixels. That looks good. I'm going to save the changes. I'm going to come down here and open this menu. And I'm going to click save to save the page. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to add a new section by clicking this blue circle. And we're going to click regular. And I'm going to make it a one column row. And now I want to add a gallery module. So I'll type gallery. Click gallery. And what we're going to do is we're going to click add gallery images. Click upload files. Select files. And I'm going to select all these images here. And while these images are uploading, I just want to explain real quick. You see over here it says Los Angeles Graphic Design, Poly, Bald Eagle. I renamed the image name here. The reason I did that is for SEO purposes. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. Since our fictional business is located in Los Angeles and will be offering graphic design services, I want to put that in the image name. And here's why. Let's say somebody goes to Google or Bing and they type in the search term Los Angeles graphic design or Los Angeles graphic designer, and then they click Google Images. I want my image to show up for that search term in Google Images, and that way when they click my image, they'll be able to come right to my web page. And it's just another way to drive more traffic to your website by optimizing the image name for SEO. Otherwise, if it was like IMG001, if that was the image name, and someone went to Google Images and typed in Los Angeles graphic design, obviously my image isn't going to show up because it doesn't have those search terms in the image name. And if you come over here, right here, here's the image name right here where it says title. This is where you can change the image name. So that's just a quick explanation of why I changed it, and I did that for all the images. So once you have all your images uploaded, you'll click select, and you can see the images are uploading. You can see that this is a grid layout. So what I want to do is go to Design, Layout, and I want to change this to Slider. There we go. And now you can see it's a slide layout. Okay. So I'm going to save that. And what I want to do next is add our footer. So I'll come down here, click the blue circle, click Add from Library, and I'm going to click Footer. And now we have our footer on the page. Now, I'm going to save this real quick. Now you can see there's a white line here. What we're going to do is we're going to put in some custom CSS that will get rid of this space so that the footer comes down against the black bar here. So we're going to come up to the top. I'm going to right click, open the dashboard in a new tab. And on the dashboard, we'll come down to Divi, click Theme Options. And once you're in the Theme Options menu, you're going to scroll all the way down to where it says Custom CSS. And right here in this Custom CSS box, we're going to come down to the bottom, and after this last brace, we're going to hit the Enter key twice, add a couple spaces, and I'm going to give you the CSS to copy and paste. So I'm going to go to my website folder here. And I think it's in Images. There it is. Yep, custom CSS to remove space under footer. So I'm going to copy this. Get rid of this. I'm going to right click and paste. And once you have it pasted, just come down and click Save Changes. And I'll go ahead and click this off. And I'm going to go ahead and save again. And I'll exit the Visual Builder. And now you can see that space is gone. So we took care of that. I'm going to go ahead and enable the Visual Builder again. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the menu here, and what we're going to do is we want to save this page layout so that when we create the next project, we don't have to create a header again with the color gradient and the title. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down here to this purple menu, and we'll go to this down arrow. We'll click that. And we're going to give this layout a name. I'll just call it Gallery Page. And I'll create a new category. Portfolio Gallery. And once you're done, click Save the Library. And I'm going to save the page again. Okay, right now I'm going to leave this page. We'll come back later and we're going to add something else down below our gallery here. But for right now, we're going to add our next project. So we'll come up to the top where it says New, and we'll click Project. And once the page loads, we're going to give the project a title. And I'm going to call this project The Wildlife. Next, we'll come down and we'll create a new category. So we'll click Add New Category. And I'm going to make this photography. Click add new category. And by the way, before we do that, if you want to, you can have a parent category, but I'm just going to create a brand new category. So click add new category. And then you see it added the category photography. Next, we're going to click set featured image. And I'm going to go to upload files, select files, and I'll go back to my portfolio page here. Images, wildlife, and I'm going to choose this line for the featured image. So I'll click open. And you can see I gave it the image title Los Angeles Photographer Lion. So again, I gave it a SEO optimized title. So once your image is uploaded, come down, click set featured image. Next, we're going to click publish. Then we'll click use the Divi builder. And we're going to click build on the front end. Okay, now this time we're going to choose clone existing page. If you remember, we had just saved that page layout. So we're going to come down here, click choose page. So let's go to your saved layouts. And here it is right here, gallery page. So you can click this and it'll toggle to a list. So I'll just keep it on here. So we'll click gallery page. And you can see it's uploading. And there we go. We have our header already with our title and the gallery module. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come in here to the title and we'll click the gear icon. And now I just need to change the title. Save the changes. And now we'll come into the gallery module. And now what we need to do is we need to delete all these images because we're going to add new images. So we'll come up here and you can see a trash can. Just start clicking those until all the images are deleted. There we go. And now we're going to click add gallery images. Click upload files. Click select files. And here are the images I want to add. So I'll select all these. Click open. And it might take a little while to upload. You can see I named all these Los Angeles Photographer. So we'll wait till all those are uploaded. Once all your images are uploaded, you come down and click the select button. And there we go. Now this time I want to make this a grid layout. So I'm going to close this and I'm going to go to design, click layout, and I'm going to choose grid. And there you can see it turned it into a grid layout, but it's only showing 4 images and then it has pagination down here. I want to show all 12 images. So we're going to go back to content and we'll click elements. And I want to get rid of these, so I'm going to turn these off. In the images tab, you can see it says image order default and image count. See, it says 4, and that's why it's only showing 4 images. So I'm going to change this to 12. And now you can see, if I save this, it's showing all 12 images. So I'm going to go ahead and save the page. Okay, next what we're going to do is I want to get rid of this white space between my images. And I also want to make my images larger. So we're going to come into the row module settings and click the gear icon. And we're going to go to Design, Sizing, and I'm going to click Use Custom Gutter Width. And I'm going to change the gutter width by clicking and dragging left all the way down to 1. And down here, I'm going to change width to 90%. I'm going to copy that and paste it in this box. And that gives me a much wider layout. Everything else here looks good. I'm going to go ahead and save the changes. That looks really nice so far. So I'm going to go ahead and come up here. I'm going to save the page. And now what we're going to do is we're going to stylize the overlay for each of these images. You see when I hover over it, this white color shows up as well as this blue icon. We're going to style that a little bit differently. So we'll come back up here and we'll click the gear icon. And we're going to click the Design tab. And we're going to click Overlay. And for overlay icon color, I'm going to choose white. And for the overlay background color, we're going to click this eyedropper. I'm going to click blue. And over here, you can see this is the opacity slider. So if I hover over right now, the blue is really, it's pretty opaque. But if I move this down, if I click and then drag down, you can see it's becoming more translucent. If I come almost all the way down, it's very translucent. So I'm going to bring this to a little less than halfway. Bring it to 0.4. That looks nice. And now what we're going to do is I want to change the overlay icon. So come in here. And you can see they give you plenty of icons to choose from. I want to choose, let me see here. I want to choose this magnifying glass. I think that'll look good. Okay, so we're going to save the changes. And now you can see when I hover over each one of these, it's a translucent blue with a white magnifying glass. That looks good. I'm going to go ahead and save the page. And now I'm going to go ahead and exit the Visual Builder. And you can see how pretty that looks. There's no white space and we have this overlay icon and color. And if I click on a image, it brings up a nice slideshow. And you can toggle the right arrow key here and go through the slides. Looks really pretty. All right, you can close it here. And of course we have our footer already. So that looks really good. Okay, now we're going to create a web design project. So we'll come up here to the top to where it says New. Come down and click Project. And I'm going to call this project Pixel Perfect. Next, we'll come to the right. And where it says Project Categories, we'll click Add New Category. And I'm going to create the category Web Design. Click Add New Category, and you can see it added the category Web Design. Next, we'll come down here and we'll click Set Featured Image. Come up here, click Upload Files, select Files, and I'm going to navigate to my portfolio folder, Images, Web Design, Image, and I'm going to choose this image here. Once your image is finished uploading, you'll come down to the bottom right and click Set Featured Image. And now you can see it set the featured image. I'm going to scroll up here and I'm going to click the Publish button. And that will publish the project. Once you see it says Post Published, come down here and click Use the Divi Builder. And we'll come over here and click Build on the front end. Okay, we're going to clone the existing page again. So we'll come down here and click Choose Page. We'll come up here and click the Your Saved Layouts tab. and we'll click Gallery Page Layout. You can see it's uploading the layout. We'll come up here and we'll click the gear icon, and I'm going to change the title. I'm going to save the changes. I'm going to go ahead and trash this gallery module by clicking the trash can here. I'm going to click the gray circle, and I'm going to add an image module. So I'll type image, click image. I'm going to go ahead and upload the image. I'm going to upload this image here. I'm going to save the changes. That looks good. Next, what I want to do is I'm going to add a new section, and I'm going to title it Related Projects. And this will show projects that are related to web design. So I'll come down here and I'll click the blue circle to add a new section. I'll click regular. I'm going to choose a 1-column row. And I'm going to choose a text module, so I'll type text. Click text. Right now I'm going to save this to close it, because I want to add a background color. So I'll come over here and click the gear icon. I'll click background, add background color, and I have my background color ready. So I'll go to my website folder. And here it is right here. I'm going to copy that. Close this. Right click and paste. I'll save the changes. Next, what I want to do is I want to make this row wider. So I'll come into the row settings and click the gear icon. Click design, sizing. And I'm going to change this to 90%. So I'll type 90. I'll copy this, right click and paste. I'll go ahead and save the changes. Now what we're going to do is change this to a title that says Related Projects. So I'll click the gear icon. I'm going to go ahead and delete this dummy text and type Related Projects. I'm going to highlight this and make it an H2. And I'm going to center align it. I'm going to go to Design, Heading Text, H2, and I'm going to make this Montserrat as well. I'll leave it regular. I'm going to make the heading 2 text color white, and I'm going to increase the size. I want it to be much larger. We'll go to 42. There we go. That looks good. I'm going to go ahead and save the changes, and I'm going to save the page. Okay, next what we're going to do is I'm going to add a module, and I want it to be a portfolio module. So I'll click the gray circle and I'll start typing portfolio. I'm going to click portfolio. And because this is going to be a related project, you can see it adds all the projects we created already. So what I need to do is choose a category, and because this is a related project, I'm going to choose graphic design because that's related to web design in many ways. So I'll click this box here. And now you can see it deleted the other project categories. What I want to do is I want to get rid of the category here. So I'm going to close this, open Elements, and I'm going to click this off. And I'm going to click off pagination as well. That way I only show the title. And by the way, if we go to content, you can change the post count. Let's say you wanted to show more than just one. You could change this to 20 or 30 or whatever, or 4. So I'll just leave that like it is. Next, what I want to do is go to Design and click Layout. I don't want this to be so big. It's a full width, as you can see. So I'm going to click here and choose Grid. And now you can see it's a grid layout. And if I go back to content and I would choose these other 2 categories, you can see it would create a grid. So I'll get rid of these. There we go. I'm going to go back to design. I'm going to click overlay. And you can see it's the white overlay with the blue icon again. So I want this overlay to be exactly the same as the wildlife overlay we created. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. I'm going to save the page. I'm going to come up here and exit the Visual Builder. I'm going to come over here, right-click Dashboard, open link in new tab. I'm going to slide this over. And once you're on the dashboard, we'll come down to the left where it says Projects, and we'll click All Projects. And here are all the projects we've created so far. So we'll go to the wildlife project, and where it says View, we're going to click the View button. And that'll take us to the wildlife project page. I'm going to come up here and click Enable Visual Builder. I'm going to come down and click the gear icon to get into the gallery module. I'm going to click Design, Overlay. And you see these three blue dots here? I'm going to click those, and I'm going to click Copy Overlay Styles. I'll go ahead and click the X because I'm not making any changes. And I'll close this tab. And it says changes you may not be saved. That's fine. I'm going to leave. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to enable the Visual Builder. I'm going to scroll back down, click the gear icon. I'm going to click the Design tab, click Overlay. And these three blue dots, I'm going to click those and click Paste Overlay Styles. And now if I hover over here, you can see it's the same overlay as on the wildlife page. That's how easy it is. Now I'm going to show you how to create a border on each side of this image here. So I'm going to go to Image. And where it says Image Border Styles, I'm going to click the right border. And down here, Image Right Border Width, I'm going to click and drag to the right. And as I do, you can see it adds a border and it gets thicker. Right here you can see, and here as well. I'm going to make it 6 pixels. I'm going to make it blue. And where it says Image Right Border Style, I'm going to choose Ridge. And you can see it has a dark blue line and a light blue line. Next, I'm going to put a border on the left side. I'm going to make it 6 pixels as well. I'm going to make it blue. And for the image left border style, I'm going to make it groove. And now you can see it has a nice symmetrical look. That looks good. Now I want to add a box shadow. So I'll come to Image Box Shadow. And I'm going to choose this one. And you can see it has a box shadow on the bottom. Last but not least, I want to style this title text. So I'll click Title Text. And I'm going to leave it as default, regular. I'm going to make it blue. And I'm going to increase the size to 20 pixels. That looks good. I'm going to save the changes. I'm going to open the menu here. I'm going to save the page. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to save this section because I want to add it to our Polygon Portraits page. So I'm going to come up here to the section settings. And I'm going to click this down arrow. And I'm going to save this section to the library. So I'm going to give it the name Related Projects. And I'm going to create a new category, Portfolio. And then I'll click Save the Library. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit the Visual Builder. And I'm going to scroll back down here and I'm going to click on our Polygon portrait here. And that takes us to our Polygon Portraits page. So I'll enable the Visual Builder. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to click this blue circle to add a new section. And this time I'm going to click Add from Library. And what I'm going to do is click the Related Projects here. And there you can see it added our Related Projects section. Now what I need to do is change this because it's Polygon Portraits and we're already on Polygon Portraits. So I need to change this to our Pixel Perfect web design because that's our Related Projects here. So I'll come into the gear module here. And this time I'm going to include the web design category and I'll get rid of the graphic design category. And there we go. I'll save the changes. And now we have on the Polygon Portraits page, our related project is web design, Pixel Perfect. We're going to go ahead and save the page. And now what I'm going to do is exit to Visual Builder. And I just want to show you our sliding gallery here. If I click on it, it makes it larger, and we can just click through the slideshow. I love these polygon animals. It's really neat. Just like that, and we can turn it off. And we can also click through it here by clicking these arrows. Okay, now we're going to create a project for film. So we'll come up here to the top where it says New, and we'll click Project. And I'm going to name this project Chasing the Wind. Next, I'll come over to the right, and where it says Project Categories, I'll click Add New Category. I'm going to add the category Film. I'll click Add New Category, and you can see it added the category Film. Come down here, and I'll click Set Featured Image. I'll click Upload Files, select Files, go to my website folder, Film, and here's the image I'm going to use. Once your image is uploaded, click Set Featured Image, and now you see the image. I'm going to scroll up here and click Publish. And once you see the post published, come down here and click Use the Divi Builder. Next, we'll click Build on the front end. We're going to come to the right and click Clone Existing Page. So we'll click Choose Page. Now we'll come up and click the Your Saved Layouts tab, and we'll choose Gallery Page Layout. And you can see it's uploading. There we go. We'll come in here and we'll click the gear icon, and I'm going to change the title to Chasing the Wind. Save the changes. I'm going to get rid of this gallery module by clicking the trash can. I'm going to click the gray circle, and I'm going to add a video module. Click Video. Next, what I want to do is I want to add the video through a URL. So I'll come in here and click the gear icon. I'll come over to the left, and where it says Insert from URL, I'll click that. And here's where I'll put my URL for the video. And I'm going to go to my website folder. Here's my Vimeo links. And I'm going to choose this one right here. So I'll copy it. I'll close this. I'll right click and paste. And when I'm done, I'll click Insert into Post. And now you can see inserted the video. So I'll save the changes. And here's my video right here. Next, what I'm going to do is I want this video to be larger. I want this row to be wider. So I'm going to come up here to the row settings and click the gear icon. I'm going to go to Design, Sizing. I'm going to change this to 90%. I'm going to copy that and paste it. That's a little too large, so I'm going to change this to 80%. And I'll change this to 80% as well. There we go. I'm going to save the changes. That looks good. And we have our footer already, which is nice. I'm going to go ahead and save the page. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to finally create our portfolio page. I'm going to go ahead and come up here and exit to Visual Builder. So we'll come up here to our menu and we'll click Portfolio. And for the portfolio page, what we're going to do is we're going to clone our blog page, and we'll change the header image and the title, and we'll delete the blog module and replace it with a filterable portfolio module. So to do that, we're going to come up here to the top and we're going to click Enable Visual Builder. And we'll come over here to the right, and where it says clone existing page, I'm going to come down here and click choose page. So right here you can see this is our existing pages, and these are all the pages, posts, and projects we've created so far. If I scroll down here, you can see there's some more down here at the bottom. If we come up here to view mode, we can switch this over to list, and it gives us status, the date it was published, title, and it's actually in alphabetical order. It groups it by blog posts and then pages and projects. So I'm going to go back to grid mode. If I come over here to the left to categories, I can check the box next to pages, and now it only shows the pages. I can come up to the search box and type blog, and now it narrows it down to only the blog page. So I'm going to go ahead and click blog page, and you can see it's uploading our cloned blog page. And the first thing I'm going to do is come down here, and I'm going to delete this blog module by clicking the trash can. Okay, next what I want to do is I want to widen this row a bit. So I'm going to come over here to the gear icon. I'm going to go to design, sizing, and width I'm going to change it to 90 by typing in 90. I'm going to copy this, right click, copy. I'm going to paste it in max width and save the changes. And now you can see it widen my row even more. Next what I'm going to do is replace this background image up here. So we'll go over here to the gear icon, click background, click the gear icon again, click upload files, select files, and I'm going to navigate to my header image. There it is. Select that. Once your image is finished uploading, you'll come down to the bottom right to this blue button where it says upload an image, and click that. And now you can see it uploaded the background image. Now the problem is, you can see it shows his eyes here. Here we only see his nose. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down here to where it says background image position. And I'm going to change this from center to top center. Well, now it shows above his eyes. So what we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to go to design, spacing, and here at the top margin I'm going to click and just drag this to the left, and it's going to move it up, and I'll drag it to where I want it. There we go. Now I'm going to come down to top padding, and I'm going to click and I'm going to drag it to the right, and now you can see it's moving down, adding padding. And I'll position it where I want it. That looks good. Now I can see his eyes. That looks really nice. I'm going to save the changes. And now we're going to change the title. So we'll come up here, click the gear icon for the text module. I'm going to highlight this and change it to say portfolio. That looks good. Save the changes. That looks really nice. So I'm going to go ahead and save the page. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come down to this section here, and we're going to click this gray circle and add a filterable portfolio. So I'm going to come to the search box and start typing portfolio. And this time we're going to click filterable portfolio. So this is the filterable portfolio settings, and if I scroll down here you can see it has added all the projects that we've created so far. Here you see the post count. You can type in a number and choose how many posts you want to show on the page. Down here in included categories, you can include which categories you want and which you don't want by checking the boxes here. I'm going to include all the categories because I want to show all the projects that we've created. You can see this is our menu over here that filters out, so we'll get there. Okay, if I come down here and click Elements, I can choose which elements I want to show for each project. So I don't want to show the categories, and you can see now it doesn't show the categories at the top here. And I don't want to show pagination, but I do want to show the title, so I'm going to keep this on. Next, we're going to go to Design and click Layout. And you can see it's set to full width. I'm going to change this to Grid. And now you can see it changes to a nice grid layout. Okay, next what we're going to do is go to Overlay. And this is where we choose the overlay color and icon. As you can see here, it's white with a blue icon. I want to keep the same overlay settings that we created on the wildlife page. So what I'm going to do is save the changes. And I'm going to save the page. I'm going to come up here and exit the Visual Builder. And I'm going to come over here where my website name is and right click on Dashboard and open link in a new tab. I'm going to slide this over. From the dashboard, I'm going to come down here to where it says Projects. I'm going to click All Projects. Next, I'm going to come here to Wildlife and I'm going to click View. And this takes us to the Wildlife project. I'm going to come up to and enable the Visual Builder. I'm going to come down to the Gallery module, click the gear icon, go to Design tab, click Overlay. I'm going to click on these 3 blue dots and click Copy Overlay Styles. I'm going to go ahead and click the red X because I don't want to save any changes. I'll come up here and turn off the tab. I'll click Leave. I'm going to click on the Enable Visual Builder. I'm going to come down to the settings and click the gear icon. Click Design, click Overlay. I'm going to scroll up and click these 3 blue dots and click Paste Overlay Styles. And now you can see it pasted our overlay styles. That looks nice, but I want to change this hover icon. So I'm going to come down here to the hover icon picker and choose a different icon. And I think I'll choose this icon here. That looks good. Next one I want to do is I want to add a box shadow that only appears when you hover over each image. So I'm going to come up here and click Image. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to choose this box shadow here. Under box shadow vertical position, I'm going to click the hover icon. And for default, I'm going to change it to 0. So that we don't see a box shadow before we hover. For hover, I'm going to change it to 12 pixels. There we go. For box shadow blur strength, I'm going to click the hover icon. For default, I'm going to take it all the way down to 0 as well. And I'm going to click hover and take it back to 18. And now you can see it. When I click default, there's no shadow. When I click hover, the box shadow will appear. It's kind of hard to see that box shadow. So what I'm going to do is go to the shadow color, click the eyedropper. I'm going to drag this down to where it's nice and dark. And then I'm going to slide the opacity up right about there. That looks good. Okay. Next, what I want to do is I want to style the title text. So I'll close this menu. I'll click Title Text. And I'm just going to make it blue and leave everything else the same. So I'll click our blue color here. That looks nice. And finally, I want to add some animation. So I'll click Animation. I want it to slide. And I want it to slide to the right. So under Animation Direction, I'll click Right. There we go. I'm going to save the changes. I'm going to open the menu here. And I'm going to save the page. And if I scroll down here, you can see we don't have a footer yet. So we'll click this blue circle to add a new section. And we'll click Add from Library. And we'll click Footer. And now we have our footer. All right, I'm going to save the page again. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to click Exit Visual Builder. That looks really nice. You can see if I click on each of these categories, it filters out and only shows the category. Oh, that's beautiful. And if I click on the project, it takes us to the project page. And there's one last thing I want to show you before we're done here. It's a neat little trick. With the Filter Portfolio module, what it does is it displays each of these by the order that they were created. Your newest project is going to display first, and your oldest project will display last. So let's say I want the Polygon portraits to display first, and then the wildlife after that over here, and then Pixel Perfect I want to display here, and then Chasing the Wind, my film, to display back here. There's a neat little way to do this. I'm going to come up here and right click and open the dashboard in a new tab. We're going to come down to Projects, click All Projects. And if I click the Quick Edit button here, you can see when the project was created. Here's the month, the day, the year, and the time. So what we want to do is we want to change this time, the minute here, so that the one I want to display first will be the newest one created. So this says 1911. So I'll keep that there. And what I'm going to do is come up to the wildlife. I want this to be second, because I want it to be here. So we'll make this 1910, a minute before Polygon portraits. And we're going to click the update button to make sure we save the changes. Come up to Pixel Perfect. And we'll make this 1909 as the creation date and time. Click Update. And Chasing the Wind, make this 1908. Click Update. And now if I come back and refresh the page, you can see our Polygon portraits displays first, wildlife second, Pixel Perfect third, and Chasing the Wind last. And that's how easy it is to change the order of your projects being displayed on the portfolio page. Well done, guys. You just created a professional looking and beautiful filterable portfolio page. Good job. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make our website responsive. It's one of the most important things to do in web design. There are actually more web pages served on mobile devices than desktop computers now. So we want to make sure our website loads perfectly on all devices, no matter whether it's a desktop computer, tablet, or a mobile phone. So to do that, we're going to come back up here and click Home to go to the home page. I'm going to click this tab off. Okay, once we're on the home page, what we'll do is we'll come up to the top and we'll click Enable Visual Builder. Next, we'll come down to the bottom and we'll open this purple menu. And over here, you can see this gray menu. And if we click this icon here, this will bring us into tablet view. And this shows you what your website looks like on a tablet. So what I'm going to do is just scroll down here. You can see we need to change the text here and our buttons off the screen. This section looks fine here. Here we need to change the color of this text here. It's kind of hard to see now. We need to make this text smaller. We'll have to get rid of this background image because it's not even covering the entire section now. So there's some changes we need to make. Come back up to the top. Okay, I think our header image is fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here and change this text. So we'll click the gear icon and we'll go to Design, Heading Text, and we'll scroll down here. And next to Heading Text Size, we're going to click this mobile phone icon. And you can see it defaults to tablet. That's because we're already in tablet view. If we click Phone, it'll take us to phone view. And of course, if we click Desktop, it'll take us to desktop view. So we'll go back to tablet. And as long as this button is checked, whatever changes we make in tablet view will not affect the changes we've already done in desktop, and it won't affect phone view. But if this button is not checked, any changes we make, even though we're in tablet view, will affect desktop and phone as well. So we want to make sure we check this button before we make any changes and make sure we're in tablet. So what I'm going to do is decrease this size of the text here. There we go. Come up here, go to H2. And we'll click the mobile phone icon. And I'll decrease this text size as well. That looks good. Save the changes. Now we'll come in here and you can see we have to change this because it's already running into our phone. So we'll go to Design, Text, and I'm going to change the text size to 16 pixels. And now we still have it going into the phone, so we need to add some padding on the right. And we need to move it over as well because it's going off screen. So we'll come to spacing. Make sure we click the phone icon. And I'm going to click and drag this to the right. And we'll line it up with the text above it. There we go. And now what we're going to do is come down here and click the phone icon. And here's where we'll add some padding on the right. So I'll just click and drag to the right, and you can see it's adding the padding on the right. Keep it at 390, that looks good. And now I just want to move this up a little bit, so we'll come over here and we'll just move this up. Perfect. Okay, save the changes. Now you can see our button is off the screen, so we'll click the gear icon, we'll go to Design, Spacing, and we'll click our phone icon here. And I'm just going to click here, left margin, and drag to the right. See, we're bringing it back on screen, and we'll line it up with the text above it. There we go. And let's move it up a little bit. So we'll click and drag to the left, and there we go. That looks good. So I'm going to go ahead and save the changes. I like that. That looks nice. I'll save the page. Okay, that looks good. I like how everything's lined up here. So let's keep going. Let's scroll down to the next section. Now you can see here this blurb module is longer than the others, and that's because when we put in the background color for these blurbs, we actually added it in through the columns and the row settings. So let's go back to the row settings, and we'll go to the second column here, which is this one. And we'll come down here and open background, and we'll hit the trash can to get rid of the background color, and we'll take off the hover. We'll save that, come up here, and we'll go to the next column. We'll go ahead and delete that color, take off the hover, save it. And the last column, we'll do the same thing. Save it, and we'll save the changes. Now what we're going to do is add the background color in each blurb module. So we'll come up here to the gear icon, close this, and we'll come down and we'll open background. We'll hit the hover icon, and for default, we'll make it black. We'll click hover, and for hover, we'll make it white. And next what we'll do is click these blue dots, and we'll click Extend Background Styles to all blurbs throughout this section. Click Extend, and you can see extend it to the other blurbs. So we'll save the changes there. And that took care of our problem down here. All right. Next, what I want to do is we'll make this text here smaller. So we'll click the gear icon, go to Design, Heading Text, click H2, and we'll come down to Heading 2 Text Size, and we'll click the mobile icon. And I'm just going to drag this to the left to make it smaller. That looks good. Save the changes. Next, what I'm going to do is add some spacing between these text modules and dividers. So let's go to this first text module here. Okay, come on. There we go. It can be a little tricky sometimes. So we'll go to spacing, and we'll click the mobile icon, I'm just going to drag this to the right, add spacing. I think we'll make it 35. That looks pretty good. Save this. Let's go to this. There we go. And the last one. There we go, that looks good. I want to add a little bit more spacing up here with this divider. Yeah, we'll keep it at 15. It looks nice and uniform. All right, that's looking good. I like how that looks so far. And let's go ahead and move on to the next section. So we'll scroll down here. This section looks pretty good. I think it's fine the way it is, so we'll leave that like it is. And now the optimize for speed section. Okay, so you can see right here we need to make this lighter. We can make this lighter as well. I want more space on the sides here. And I want to move these circle counters next to each other. And we can get rid of, there's too much space down here at the bottom. First one I'm going to do is get rid of that space at the bottom. So we'll go into the section module settings and we'll go to design, spacing. And I'm going to add some margin on the bottom. Make sure we click that first. Actually, I'm decreasing margin on the bottom here. Let's see what this looks like. Let's take it to 140. 130. That looks good. Okay. Next, what I want to do is I'm going to go into the row settings here. And we're going to go to design, sizing, and I'm going to decrease this to 80%. That gives us some more room on the side. And we'll do the same thing here. Just type in 80. There we go. And one more thing I want to do is, let's see. Let's go to spacing. And I just screwed up there. So let's go back here. So that's one thing you need to be careful of, because I don't want this to take effect on our desktop or mobile phone. So make sure you click, do that one more time. There we go. Make sure you click the mobile icon before you make any changes. So, and now it's set to tablet, so we can take this down to 80. And we'll do the same thing here. Oops. There we go. Okay, next one I want to do is take away some margin here. So go to tablet and let me see here. I want to move this up a bit. Like that. And down here, take this to 60. That looks good. And now I'm going to go up here and we'll change this back now. There we go. Okay. Okay, now what I want to do is we'll go into this blurb module and we'll make this title white. So title text color, make it white. And let's go ahead and center align it. And I'm going to increase the text size just a bit. There we go. That looks good. And now let's change the body text. And we'll make the body text a light gray color. We'll do D6. There we go. That looks good. I like how that looks so far. Okay, what I want to do now is I want to make these corners on this bar counter rounded, but I want that to go across all devices. So what I'm going to do is go back to desktop and we'll come in here, the bar counter, go to design, we'll go to border. I'm just going to increase this by 3 pixels and you can see they're rounded now, and so is the blue part. We'll save that and we'll go back to tablet view, and now you can see our bar counter has some nice rounded corners there. Okay, now what I want to do is change this title text to white. So go to design, title text, mobile icon, and we'll change this to white. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, now for some reason it's showing my circles as the default blue instead of green. So let's go ahead and let's go to desktop view. And let's go ahead and copy that color. And we'll go back to tablet view. Go back to circle. Let's try this. Okay, now let's try it. Let's paste it. There we go. There we go. Okay, good. Okay, let's go back to spacing. Make sure we're on tablet. And what I'm going to do is take this to the left. Right there. And I'm going to bring this down a bit. There we go. Okay, that looks good. And now I'm going to move this up and over and also change the circle, of course. Go in here and I'll just choose a different color and now highlight and paste our green that we copied. There we go. Go to spacing and make sure we put on tablet. And let me see here. What I want to do is move this up. And you can see they're aligned now with each other. -3 or 3 pixels top margin. And we'll move this to the right. There we go. Perfect. That looks nice. We have some nice even spacing on the sides and then in the center. I'm going to go ahead and save that. That looks good. I just want to make sure this circle color is set for tablet. Yes, it is. Okay. Perfect. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save the page. And let's just take a look at that real quick. That looks nice. Looks a lot better. Okay, let's keep going. Testimonial section. I think all we need to do is, these look fine here. So I think all we need to do is make this text smaller. So we'll come in here, go to design, text, and text size, go to tablet. There we go. Perfect. That looks good. Go ahead and save the page again. It's a good idea to save frequently so you don't lose your changes. Okay, well, this is where it starts to get tricky. So what I want to do is, let me put this on desktop mode. If you remember, we have our hover set so that when you hover over this, it pops up a little bit for each one of these. I don't want to have that on tablet or mobile because it looks bad. And I also don't want to have the animation where this slides down, this slides up, down and up when it first loads. Unfortunately, with hover settings, I can't go to tablet mode and turn off hover for tablet, but keep it on for here. Divi doesn't let you do that, at least not right now. But there's a way around that. And what we can do is we can clone this section and then we can disable this section so that the desktop one doesn't load on tablet or phone. And the clone that we make will disable that one on desktop so it only loads for tablet or phone. And then we can change our hover settings for that one. So what we'll do is come up here and we're going to hit the duplicate button here. And that'll duplicate the section. Here it is right here. So for this one, we're going to leave this one on the desktop mode. So we'll come up here and click the gear icon. And we'll go to Advanced, Visibility. And we're going to disable this section on phone and tablet. And we want it to load on desktop, so we'll leave this blank. Save the changes. And this one will do the opposite. So we'll come up here, click the gear icon. We'll go to Advanced, Visibility, and we'll disable this one on desktop. And you can see when I did that, it grayed it out. And that's because we disabled it on desktop and we're in desktop mode, it'll gray out so you know that this doesn't load on somebody's desktop whenever they load our web page. So now what we can do is we can go to tablet view, and when we go to tablet view, you'll see that this one, the gray out goes away, and now our desktop version is grayed out because we're in tablet view. Okay. First thing we need to do is get rid of this background image because it's not even covering the entire section. So we'll come up here and click the gear icon in the section settings, and we'll go to background, and we'll go ahead and hit the trash can, and that deletes it. And next we'll just add a background color, and we'll make it D6, like that nice light gray we did for the text in Optimize for Speed. And we don't have to worry about clicking the mobile icon because we already disabled this one on desktop. So we'll go ahead and click Save. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to come in here to this first person module, and let me see something here. Okay, come into this first person module, and we'll get rid of our hover settings. We'll come down here and we'll click spacing, and we'll click off hover. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and click these three dots and click Extend Spacing Styles to all persons throughout. We'll do this section and we'll go ahead and extend. There we go. Last, I want to get rid of the animation. So we'll come down here and click Animation. And we'll click None. Click the three blue dots. Extend Animation Styles to all persons throughout this section. Extend. Save the changes. And now if I go to this person module and we go to spacing, you can see the hover is still off because we extended the styles from this one to the others. And if I go to animation, it should be set to no animation. And there we go. All right. So that looks good. I'm going to go ahead and save the page again. Okay, now let's keep going. We'll scroll down and I think our blog section looks fine. That looks good. Our contact section, it looks pretty good. I just want to make this divider smaller. So we'll come up here, go to Design, Dividers, and we'll come down here to Divider Height, click the mobile icon, and I'm just going to decrease this by sliding to the left. We'll take it to 80. Save the changes there. Go ahead and save the page again. Okay, let's keep going. So we'll go down here. I think the map looks fine the way it is. So now we're finally at the footer. And you can see there's some changes we need to make here. So the first thing I'm going to do is come up here into the row settings. And I'm going to go to Design and Spacing. Spacing's fine. We'll go to Sizing. That's what I want to do. And I'm going to change these to 80%. There we go. And I'll do the same thing down here. Okay, save the changes there. I want to slide this menu blurb over so it lines up with the Contact Us blurb here. Design, spacing, and we'll come over here to the left and I'm just going to change this to 0. There we go. And I want to do the same thing for the Stay Connected blurb. So we'll come in here, spacing, the mobile icon, and we'll just slide this to the left till it lines up. That looks good. And we'll do the same thing to the email opt-in. Always remember to hit that mobile icon. There we go. Perfect. All right. That's looking good. I like that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and scroll back up the page and just make sure everything looks okay. That looks good. Our team section looks good. Testimonials looks good. I like our circle counters here and our bar counter, what we did there. That looks good. All right, our feature section looks nice. Okay. Everything looks good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to optimize this website for mobile phones. So to do that, we'll come down here to this menu and we'll click the phone view icon. And that changes it to the phone view. And you can see it's pretty messed up. So The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change this background image. I actually created a custom background image just for mobile phones using Photoshop. So I'm going to come up here to the section settings and click the gear icon. I'm going to go to background, and this time I'll click the phone icon and click the gear icon here. I'm going to go to upload files, select files, and navigate to my website folder. And here's my mobile header image. Go ahead and upload that. Okay, and what I'm going to do first is turn off Parallax, and I'm going to change the background image size from cover to actual size, and the background image position to center right. I'm going to go ahead and save that, and what I want to do next is get this color here, and I'm going to come back in here and see all this white space. I need to get rid of this white space here, so I'll go back to my background. This time I'll go to Paint Bucket, add background color, and I'm going to right click and paste. There we go. That gets rid of the white space. Next, what I'm going to do is go into this first text module here. Oh, okay, so you can see it's so far off the screen that I can't get to it. That's okay. We'll come down here and we'll click the wireframe view, and I'll open up the text module here, and then I'll go back to phone view. There we go, and now I can edit this. So I'll go to design, heading text. I'm going to scroll down, and this first one I'm going to change to 22 pixels, and the H2 here, I change this, decrease it to 26 pixels. There we go. Now I'm going to go back to, I'm going to go to spacing, and I'm going to make sure phone is on. Okay. Top margin, I'm going to make this 120. Actually, before I do that, let me see here. Let me get out of here. I forgot. I need to change my divider down here. So first I'm going to go to design and make this divider not so wavy by decreasing the size. Take this down to 50. There we go. Okay. Next I'm going to go to spacing. And I'm going to give this a bottom padding of 30. And the top margin, I'm going to make this 0. Okay, now let's go back, and I'm going to fix this first because this is really creating a lot of problems. So go here, go to design, text, and I'm going to decrease this to 12. And now we'll go to spacing. Make this -25. Pull this over. There we go. And next what we need to do is get rid of this. There we go. Okay, now we can start working. You can see it's going in the phone here, so I need to add some padding on the right. So we'll take this up. That looks good. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is come back and get this text here. So we'll have to go back to wireframe view. Up here. Go back to phone view. Go to design, spacing. That looks good. This is lined up. Okay, now we can take care of this button. And I'm going to decrease the text size here. And by decreasing the button text size, I'm actually making the button smaller, which is what I want. And we'll go to spacing, and we'll just line it up with our text here. So we'll come over here to the margin, and we'll decrease that. That looks good, -25. Okay, I like how it's looking. That looks good. It's nice and tidy. We have our phone here. Our text is lined up. Our button's lined up. Nice spacing between the text and the button. I'm going to go ahead and save the page. Let's keep going. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down here. I like how that looks. This is nice. I like these. These look nice. The extras included section, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the parallax since we're not going to have it on mobile phones anyway. So go ahead and click this, and I'll come down here and click off that button. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to make this title a little smaller as well. And we'll just decrease this here. That looks good. Keep it at 32. These look okay. Alright, optimize for speed. Definitely need to make some changes here. Wow, that looks really bad. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and let me see, I'll change this this title here. Come down here. And let's go ahead and decrease this. That looks good. And let's go here and we'll change this blurb module. There we go. That looks good. And now let's change the body text. Decrease that as well. $14. That looks nice. I'm going to decrease this the title text here in our bar counter. Just make that a little smaller. There we go, that looks good. And these we definitely need to change. I'm going to have the first circle over top of the second one. So we'll come in here, go to design, spacing. And what I'm going to do is, for this, make this, yeah, that way we'll center it there. And we'll go to the second one. Design, spacing. And we'll make this 0. There we go. Very good. Much better. And we're going to have to change our color again. So let me see here. Let's go ahead and go to tablet view. And I'm going to design, circle, copy the color here. And we'll paste it. Let's try this again on the second one. Perfect. All right. All right, moving on. This one, we'll go ahead and we'll change this text as well. Make it a little smaller. That's text. Come down to text size, and I'm just going to decrease this. There we go, that looks nice. These look okay. Our team section, we're already done with that because when we edited that in tablet mode, it also carried over to smartphone mode. So that's done. Our blog section looks okay. Okay, down here in the contact section, I want to go ahead and decrease the size of this cloud divider here. I'm going to go to design, dividers, and just come down here and take this down to where I want it. That looks good. And I want to move these where these hands are almost touching to the center here because it says get in touch. So that'll be nice. So what we'll do is go back in here and we'll go to spacing and we'll come up to margin and click the phone icon. And I'm just going to decrease the margin on the right to bring the hands into the center where I want them. There we go. And we'll come down to padding, click the phone icon, and I'm just going to add padding to the right to bring everything back over until it's centered on the screen. Perfect. Now the hands are nice and centered right where I want them. Save the changes. For some reason our map didn't load. Sometimes that happens when you're in the visual builder. Okay, the contact section here, that looks good. The about us, we need to move this over. So we'll come up in here and we'll go to design. And let's see, go to spacing. And I'm just going to move this to the right. There we go. And we'll need to do the same for the Stay Connected blurb module here. It's already on phone, so that's good. Just to the right. There we go. Save that. And we'll do the same for the email opt-in. Perfect. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save the page. We'll go ahead and scroll back up and just make sure everything looks good. Footer looks good. Our map didn't load. When I get to the top, I'll reload the page and we can check it again. Contact section looks good. Blog section's okay. Team section's all right. Our testimonial section looks good. We made this title smaller. That looks nice. I like our circle counters. One on top of the other, nice and centered. Our text here is a nice size. Looks good. These look okay. This title looks better. It's a little smaller. These look nice. And of course our header looks nice as well. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and exit the Visual Builder. And let's go ahead and enable the Visual Builder. Go back to Phone View. And let's see what our map looks like. Hopefully it loaded like it should have. There we go. And that looks fine. It's centered. So we'll leave that like it is. Okay. Gonna go ahead and save that. And congratulations, you just made your website mobile ready for both tablet and mobile phone. Good job. Okay guys, real quick, I just want to show you how to update your Divi theme. From time to time in your WordPress dashboard, you'll see a red circle with a number in it next to updates. What that means is one of three things. Either there's a new version of WordPress and you need to install it and activate it, there's a plugin that needs to be updated, or there's a theme that needs to be updated. So if you click Updates, and come down here, it says Themes. You can see that there's a new version of the Divi theme. Right now I have version 3.25.3 installed, and I need to update to 3.25.4. So what you would do is you click the checkbox here, click Update Themes, and if you get this error message, I'll show you what you have to do. This means that you haven't updated your API and your username in the Theme Options section. So what you need to do is click this blue login link, and that'll take you to the Divi members area. But first you're going to have to log in, so I'm going to do that real quick. Click Login. And if you scroll down here, it shows your username. And down here are your API keys for Divi. You can see I have an old one here. I just haven't deleted it, but this is my current API key. So you want to highlight it, right click and copy. Come back here. And here you can see it says to do this, you need to enter both your Elegant Themes username and your Elegant Themes API key into the Updates tab in your theme and plugin settings. So what you want to do is go to Divi, Theme Options. Come up here to the menu, click on Updates, and here you see it says Username, API Key. So I'm going to right click, paste my API key there. I'll come back here, and I could have just typed it in, but I'll copy my username just to make sure it's spelled correctly. Copy, right click, paste. Once you have both these put in there, click Save Changes. Check mark means changes have been saved. And now if I come back to my dashboard, Updates, click the box, click Update Themes, it should update Divi now. There we go, Divi updated successfully. Show details. So now when I go back to dashboard, you can see there's no red circle next to updates. I've updated everything that needed to be updated. And that's how you update your Divi theme. Okay guys, there's just one last thing I want to show you, and that's how to create a privacy policy page, a terms and conditions page, and a sitemap, and how to connect them to the links that we created in the bottom bar. So first we'll create a privacy policy page. To do that, we'll come up here and I'm going to create two new tabs. And in the first one, I'm going to type privacypolicygenerator.info. The second one, I'll type termsandconditionsgenerator.com. So Privacy Policy Generator is a website that will generate a free privacy policy for you. And then we can take that and copy and paste it into a privacy policy page that we create on our website. So we'll come over here, and where it says your company name, you'll type in your company name. And since my website name is the same as the company name, I'm just going to copy and paste this. Next, you'll type in your website URL. And just make sure everything is spelled correctly. That looks good. And we'll click Next. Here it asks you, do you use cookies on your website? Click Yes. Do you show advertising through Google AdSense on your website? I'm just going to click Yes. And do you show advertising from other parties except Google? I'll click Yes again. Next, we'll click Next. Choose your country. United States. Choose your state. And you're going to put in the email address for your website. And make sure that is spelled correctly. That looks good. And then we'll click Generate My Privacy Policy. And over on the left, you can see it creates a preview of your privacy policy. And down here, where it says Download Your Privacy Policy, here's the HTML version. This is what we want to copy and paste. So we'll click Copy Text to Clipboard. We'll go back to our website. We'll come up here and click New Page. And we're going to go ahead and give this page the title Privacy. Next, we'll click Use the Divi Builder. We're going to come down here and insert a column. Choose a one-column row. We'll come down here and insert a module. Come down to the bottom and we'll click Text. Next, we'll come up here and click the Text tab. And we'll just right-click and paste, or you can press Ctrl-V. Go back to Visual. And you can see we pasted our privacy policy. So what we'll do next is we'll save and exit. We'll come over here and click the Publish button. Then we'll click Build on the front end. And here you can see our privacy policy. That looks good. You can see it has our company name, our website, and it also has our email address right here. So the last thing we need to do for this page is add a footer. So we'll come down here and click the blue circle, click Add from Library, and we'll click Footer. And now our page is complete. So I'm going to go ahead and open this, and I'm going to save the page. And we'll come back up here and we'll just repeat the process for the terms and conditions. So we'll put in our company name. Website. Again, make sure it's spelled correctly. It's good. We'll click Next. Choose your country, your state, and type in your website email address. Make sure it's spelled correctly. That looks good. And we'll click Generate My Terms and Conditions. Again, you can see a preview of your terms and conditions on the left. We'll come down here and we'll click Copy Text to Clipboard. Come back up here. We'll go to New and we'll click Page. And we're going to give this page a title Terms. We'll click Use the Divi Builder. We'll insert a one-column row. We'll insert a text module. We'll go to the text tab and we'll right click and paste. Go to the visual tab and here you can see our terms and conditions. So we'll click save and exit. We'll click the publish button. And we'll click build on the front end. And here's our terms and conditions page. So we'll come down here. I'm going to open this menu. We'll click this blue circle to add a new section. We'll click add from library. And we'll click footer. And now our page is complete. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. Okay, we'll come back up here and I'm going to go ahead and close these tabs. And we're going to go to the dashboard. And this time we'll come down to SEO. We'll click General. We'll click the Features tab. These are all the features for your Yoast SEO plugin. We'll come down here where it says XML Sitemaps and we'll click this question mark. And we'll click See the XML Sitemap. And you can see this is the XML sitemap that Yoast has generated for our site. If we click the post sitemap, it shows all your blog posts. Click the page sitemap, and it shows all the pages we created. And the sitemap is good for SEO because what it does is it helps Google to crawl all your pages since we have links to every page, project, and post in the sitemap. So what we're going to do is we're going to come up here and we're going to copy this where it says sitemap_index.xml. And I'll go ahead and turn this off. Come back over to our home page. We'll come up here and we'll go to the theme customizer. We'll come down to footer, bottom bar. And remember when we created the sitemap link? We had it /sitemap. We're going to highlight sitemap, right click and paste. And we'll come up here, we'll click publish. And we'll click the X to close this. And now if I scroll down to the bottom bar and click sitemap, it takes us right to our sitemap. And if I go back here and click terms of use, it takes us to our terms and conditions page. And if I click privacy policy, it takes us to our privacy policy page. Okay, so congratulations guys, because we are finally done and you now have a beautiful and professional looking website that you built all on your own. Good job. Way to go. Alright guys, I hope you've enjoyed this video and I hope this tutorial has helped you create your own modern professional looking website. Feel free to click the like button and subscribe to this channel and I'll see you in the next video.